Chris, you'll give me the cue.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Wow.
Good to go. Okay, all set.
Okay. So I realized when I said you'll give me the cue, I should have been looking at you for the visual cue. I figured it would be an audio cue. So
The 20 other people came on at that moment.
okay, no, I just didn't want to miss it. All right, so we're all here. Let me just pull up my. Here we go. All right, welcome everyone on the Google Meet, and welcome everyone in the Zoom sphere. We're glad to all have you here tonight. Please note the board convened an executive session to discuss proposed, pending, or current litigation and collective negotiations pursuant to Article 14 of the Civil Service Law. We'd like to start. If you'll see over my shoulder, we have a flag, and we will all stand and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we will now move on to approving the minutes from our January 6th, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion on those minutes?
Motion.
Thank you. In a second.
Second.
Great. Any questions or discussion on those minutes? All right. All in favor of approval, say aye. Aye. Thank you. We will now move on to item 4, which is the approval of the treasurer's report from October of 2021. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And thank you, Lisa. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Had a couple there. Any questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any. And thank you again. I want to obviously let the public know, as we always let you know, this is available for you on board docs, and you can peruse it. It's got a lot of information in there, and it's interesting if that's your thing. It is our thing. All in favor of approval? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Action item 5, which is the report from our superintendent, Dr. Dolan. Tom, I think you're muted.
Hate that cold start like that. Sorry. I apologize to everybody. I started by saying good evening. It's good to virtually see everybody. And I appreciate this opportunity to share some updates on district operations. And the largest portions of my report tonight will be limited to 2 very familiar topics, COVID and construction. So let me speak to COVID first. Last week, based on updated recommendations from the Nassau County Department of Health, we updated our protocols in a couple of ways that get students back to school faster. Students are no longer required to produce a negative PCR test return, as we will now accept the more readily available antigen test. We do not accept home tests, and I need to emphasize that. And I will also be speaking about home tests later on because we've also been involved in their distribution. I will explain why in just a few minutes. Additionally, students can return after 5 days of isolation after testing positive, provided they have no fever for 24 hours and do not require fever-reducing medications. I need to acknowledge that I implemented the second of those changes a couple of days after some of our neighboring districts. Perhaps I'm overcautious in making these changes, and if so, that is because I want to make sure that I get that change once and not have to reel it back in. We've all seen a few revolving protocols this year, and I have been influenced by those experiences. To be clear, we always do rely on the Nassau County Department of Health on these matters, as they are our local health agency. One additional change that we will implement next week is for staff. And starting next week, the opportunity for them to return, like students after a 5-day isolation period, if they've tested positive, after they've tested positive, and provided that, just like students, that they are fever-free for 24 hours and don't require medication, they will have the opportunity to return. Opportunity, not a requirement. Because if anyone is not healthy enough to return after the 5 days, that goes for students and staff alike, they should not. That is in everyone's best interest. I will be announcing that to the staff tomorrow or Monday, as soon as I can get to it, and have already discussed it with several people, including our nurses. I've been asked to clarify one aspect of the testing protocol, and that is related to the home test kits. We are not permitted to allow a student to return or demonstrate that they are COVID-free based on a home test kit. This is consistent with the Department of Health regulation. Why then, I've been asked, did we distribute them? The kits were provided by the governor's office with the directive that they be distributed. Frankly, the district received many confusing messages over the recent recess about these kits, and ours were not even available to be picked up until after we had returned to school. We did distribute them as quickly and efficiently as possible, and a huge commendation goes out to John Ahern, our Director of Security, and security guard Don McIntosh, who assisted in their distribution and executed the plan. We have now also received a shipment for staff, and they have been distributed as well. Thank you to our 5 principals for coordinating that effort. More test kits, and these will have a more appropriate expiration date than the very first set, with an expiration date of January 30th. More test kits are available and are scheduled to be in our hands later this week. We will arrange opportunities for parents to pick them up after school hours at all 5 of our schools. Again, working with John Ahern, we have arranged pickup times at our elementary schools of 3 to 6, at the middle school from 3 to 8, and at the high school from 3 to 11. Parents will merely need to come in, identify themselves as a parent, indicate who their child is, and they will be able to pick the kid up from one of our security guards who will be right there at the front of the school. I hope to begin that on Monday. I want to make sure we have the test kits on hand, and I will confirm that by way of an email communication to the entire community. The district and I are also approaching our approach to contact tracing. The Nassau DOH indicates that they no longer require doing so, and the New York State Education Department indicates that schools are no longer required to do contact tracing. We are in contact with our medical director and the Nassau DOH, and we are evaluating our approach. We are still contact tracing. However, we are looking for a more efficient way to do that does not sacrifice student safety. Even without contact tracing, certain tasks still need to be done. At present, our 5 principals, 3 assistant principals, and our nurses are completing this, and it is still an onerous task. I thank them again for doing so. We have contracted with a company to take over the responsibility, but we're trying to determine the best way to use them safely, efficiently, and prudently. More to follow on that topic, and more information to follow specifically to the board relative to what contact tracing looks like. One of the restrictions being placed on us is the CDC requirement that at performances such as school plays, we must maintain 6 feet of social distance between adults. This limits us to about 120 seats in our beautiful auditorium. I have called the DOH, and they have deferred to the CDC in this matter. I am seeking other guidance, spoken to other schools, and everywhere I turn, so far, the 6-foot requirement is still cited and being followed. Given all the other relaxations, this does seem counterintuitive, to me at least, but it appears to be the case. We will continue to look for wiggle room, and I commend Dahlia Rodriguez for consistently reworking the seating chart to get as many seats as possible in the auditorium to be accessible. We do have an upcoming production of Footloose. The cast is approximately 35 students, and I don't think that with 360 potential seats, we'll be obligated to turn anyone away. We're going to do our very best to ensure access to anyone who wants to see that show. We will continue to seek greater access, and if the access changes, we will open additional seats and sell additional tickets. Best, by the way, break a leg to the cast and crew of Footloose. The last COVID topic I'll mention is the district's continued obligation to the wearing of masks. At our last meeting, I mentioned the dueling jurisdictions that were debating whether this was an ongoing requirement for schools. I think it has been resolved, and that the governor and the New York State Education Department are who the school district are answerable to. The mandate continues. We are most certainly closer to the lifting of the mandate than we have been before, but we do continue to follow the mandate. We continue to show improvement in the number of positive cases we are reporting, and I do see other glimmers of hope as I walk around our buildings, and hope is certainly a good thing to hold on to these days. Moving to the area of construction, I first would like to thank John Hall, our Director of Facilities, for his assistance in updating the community and providing me with timely information to share with the community, as I will do tonight. I visited John in his office the other day and had a great conversation in which he reminded me of his long-term relationship with the North Shore schools. In fact, John is a product of our schools, having graduated from North Shore High School. He told me how grateful he is for the opportunities afforded him and that he always feels like he is giving back in his work. I found the conversation inspirational. And before I report it out, I wanted to thank John for his approach and his hard work, as you'll hear now. Some of those updates are the Glenwood Landing floor. As I think everybody knows, we suffered a steam pipe rupture under the gym floor at Glenwood Landing. And over the holiday break in December, the floor was excavated, a steam pipe identified, pipe was capped, line was terminated at the other end, the floor was backfilled, concrete was poured, this is a lot, and environmental work associated with repair and damage addressed. Due to the holidays and COVID, there was not enough time to replace the gym floor yet, but the gym floor replacement has been moved to the February break of 2022. Here's the plan for that February break. We will install Fritz tile in the hallway where excavation occurred to restore hold to pre-work condition. We will remove the existing wood floor, deal with any discovered issues. We will prep the gym to install a plastic 110 composite floor and install floor pots and we will line the floor. That composite floor is not the same floor that was down before. The composite floor is definitely a step up. It's a much better product, and we're very happy that we're able to do it. That has all taken place, and we hope that we will be able to complete this over the February break. I've also been asked about the Glenwood Landing vestibule. And in fact, our plan was to have that vestibule in place, completed and fully operational by the start of school in September. But, and I know you're sick of hearing this, due to COVID, an epoxy shortage, and an issue with getting with the specified bullet-resistant glass, the manufacturing of the doors themselves was delayed. The construction manager and John are working closely with the contractor and the door manufacturer to move the door production along. Yesterday, we were informed there is now an issue with procuring some of the required door hardware. We are working on this. We have a tentative delivery date of February 14th, 2022 to receive the doors, and have asked that the secure vestibule doors are made first as a priority. If we receive the doors as planned, we will install them again over the February break. The door installation requires some environmental work that will extend the installation time, and doing this on a week, doing this work on a night or a weekend is not the best scenario for that reason. The other work associated with the guard booth and everything else we could is completed. We are poised to occupy the new security booth immediately after the doors arrive and are installed. John writes that our team shares in the frustration with this delay and many other impacting construction district-wide. And having had conversations with John about this, I know his anxiety about it. The other two vestibules, Glen Head, booth office and renovation completed. Same door issues as Glenwood Landing. We have confirmed that doors will be delivered and installed for the February break. We look forward to completed security vestibule by Monday, February 28th, 2022. And at Seacliff, they somehow received doors already, and due to the extensive scope of the renovation of the front entrance, the environmental issues there were already addressed. The plan is to have a fully functional, secure vestibule and occupied guard booth by Tuesday, January 25th, 2022. Another construction project that there have been many questions about is, of course, the Glen Head sinkhole. The contractor, just to give you some dates, some significant dates, the contractor received his PO on January 6th, 2022. It's a contractor we've done some really good work with and has been responsive in the past. The construction manager was present at the site and inspecting it on January 11th, 2022. And we've since contacted Land Tech daily to request a start date. The cold weather and frost is impacting other jobs and schedules and ours. We continue to request a specific start date. Land Tech does inform us that the weather is working against us, but we will continue pushing them. We are cutting off security at the hole if temperatures fall below 23 degrees, as no one is outside. This is practical for many reasons, including the safety of our security staff sitting in an idling car. We've gotten a price for a more robust fence for the sinkhole, and they do have a fence contract with us. We've received a proposal for the fence, and a PO was sent on January 19th, 2022. John has and will continue to ask for the fence installation date, and once the robust fence is up, we will be able to discontinue security at that site. The question was asked at a previous meeting. So those are three of the big projects that are going on. I hope that fills everybody in on the dates. I will likely continue to do that at future meetings just to keep everybody up to speed, and I'll keep the principals informed as well. A couple of other items. On tonight's agenda, you will see a proposed calendar for the 2022-2023 school year. Some calendars are harder to develop than others, and this one was not terribly difficult. However, I do want to thank one person who gave me some excellent background on the process and suggested a tweak that improved my initial efforts, and that's my next door neighbor at work, Betty Campy. Thank you very much, Betty, for your research and your suggestions. The calendar has the requisite number of days, allows for 3 days and a contingency for a fourth, and meets all requirements related to holidays. The first day for staff, as you'll see, would be August 31st, and students would return on Thursday, September 1st. The only wrinkle, if you will, occurs on Wednesday, April 5th, a day that the district has been closed or had a half day in many previous years. It is the day before Passover, and we've often given it as a holiday for preparation. Because of the nature of this calendar and some at least one extra holiday that was added, Juneteenth, many other districts had difficulty with this. And I've confirmed that the way this calendar falls out, several neighboring districts are also open on this day. They include BOCES, Jericho, Roslyn, Manhasset, and Herricks. And I believe I just learned that Syosset is open on that day as well. Most other districts have not yet adopted a calendar, but among our few neighbors that have, they are also open on this day. The calendar will appear before the board tonight for consideration and possible adoption. Next topic. Next Thursday night, Olivia Blotzy and I will host a budget boot camp workshop at 7 o'clock in the North Shore High School Library. This will be an introductory course on how school budgets are built. The vocabulary that is a part of that process and an overview of what our next 4 months or so will look like. We will be welcoming members of our new Community Budget Forum and including them in our training and conversations along the way. This meeting will not detail the 2022-23 North Shore budget. This will be an overview of how school budgets are built. We will actually begin the process of building our budget for next year at our very next meeting on February 3rd. But this meeting will allow anyone interested to become a better student of the process. And one of the topics that we'll certainly talk about that Newsday might not fully understand is the tax cap. I'm sure we all saw the headline that announced that the tax cap this year is 2%. Within our training, we will certainly explain to anyone who's present that in fact the tax cap is calculated with a complex formula. It's almost like a game show, some of the variables that you have to take into account to establish what our tax cap is. We don't know what our tax cap is yet this year. We will certainly know by February 3rd, but we will explain at the budget forum, the budget boot camp, what the tax cap is and how it's determined. Last item, we have begun our recruitment efforts for the next principal of North Shore Middle School. Ads have been placed in various electronic resources, and on the day we placed our first ad, we had 4 responses by 5 o'clock that afternoon. Since that day, Chris and I have received several emails and applications, and they do continue to come in. A reminder on our calendar, we are advertising in January, screening in February, interviewing in March and April, and will appoint in April or May. There will, of course, be community involvement. Thank you to everyone for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing you all soon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dolan. We will now move on to the update on the superintendent search, which I can provide very briefly. The ads are all posted. The recruitment letters have been mailed, well over 1,000 of them. I think it was 1,500 or so, and the applications are coming in. We remain on schedule for this extremely important task that the board has set forth as its #1 goal for the year, and the trustees have set aside times on our calendars in late winter and spring to review and interview. So we are very excited about this process, which is so important for the future of our district. So thank you. With that, we will now move on to item 7, which is the report from our SGO. I see Noah here. Are you solo tonight, Noah?
I am solo tonight. Thank you for having me. Good evening, everyone. I apologize. My colleague Katie could not join us tonight as she is running for the track conference championship. I think I speak for all of us when I say go Katie. At the
Sorry, you absolutely do. And not just because my daughter's also at the same meet, but yes.
Perfect. Thank you. At the SGO's next meeting, we are going to be discussing the possibility and interest in a potential winter spirit week. During these times and hearing about positive cases and everything crazy going on with COVID, we hope to keep hopes high in the high school and raise spirits in order to keep the school happy. I am also excited to report that the senior play will be taking place next weekend at Glenwood Landing Elementary. Seniors Night Live, which will also be a parody of Saturday Night Live, will be a series of skits based on real life in-class situations. We are happy to see a lot of enthusiasm from our seniors who will for sure put on a great show. All are welcome, and I highly recommend you guys see it. And finally, throughout the high school, we are happy to see many community service drives to help those in need. From coat to shoe drives, it is refreshing to see our students contributing to our community to help those in need. Thank you all and have a great evening.
Thanks, Noah. That was really well said. Those drives that are coming through, driven by student effort, is really heartwarming. And I see our administration is here. I see Mr. Contreras nodding his head as well. So many great things happening. Appreciate your participation, and we do miss Katie, but you certainly held up your end of the bargain, which we very much appreciate. And we'll let you go. And thank you so much. And with that,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
Thank
We do. It's always exciting to see our administrators here on this call. I will hand it over to our superintendent, Dr. Dolan, who will introduce one of two important discussions we'll be having tonight. Take it away.
Sorry. We're going to go with the student engagement conversation first. And in about 10 seconds, I'll turn this over to Chris. Chris has described this as kind of an overview, of a journey, if you will, of following our kids as they progress through our program, kindergarten through 12th grade. Before I introduce Chris, I also wanted to commend him for something. We've been involved in a tri-states evaluation over the last couple of days, and I had an opportunity to stop by and see the facilitator of that. And he spoke to me, and he also sent me an email commending the district and specifically commending Chris for the way it was put together, the hard work that went into it. And he was very praiseworthy of the work that you've done, Chris. I know you know that, but and I know you heard it from me, but I wanted others to know that it's a behind the scenes activity, but one that was done extremely well and one that will certainly serve the district long into the future. So that's not entirely the introduction to your presentation, but now I'll turn it over to you, Chris, and ask you to talk about the presentation on student engagement.
Thank you, Dr. Dolan, and thank you too for your support of the Tri-State Consortium and our partnership with them. It creates a space, especially these days, to talk about teaching and learning when that's harder to do right now with the COVID obstacles, but we continue to do so, and we have that great support and collaboration with our colleagues in other districts and other very similar districts. So it's been great. I wanted to provide just a very brief introduction and give most of the time to our esteemed principals who are here with us this evening. We're very glad that they have a presentation for us on student engagement, some of the work that they've been doing. It's really excellent. I think, we started talking about engagement and working towards improved student engagement last year, especially after our challenge success data, a 6 through 12 study of teachers and students and their experiences in our schools. And one thing that we've learned through that data and also through our work in the wellness committee and discussions and public discussions at the board level is that part of the challenge is that engagement is very hard to define. It's multidimensional. It means a lot of different things to different people. We defined it, the board defined it this year in the goal 4 to develop an action plan relying upon past research on the degree to which all of our students feel engaged, including their active engagement inside and outside of school, and rely upon previous studies to inform research. So the direction has certainly turned this year towards taking action and taking new actions. Challenge Success helped us to conceptualize engagement as being totally interrelated to well-being and wellness. We know that students cannot be fully engaged if their wellness is compromised, and likewise, if their engagement is compromised, that affects their well-being. And so we have developed a 4-tier definition of engagement that what we're looking at in terms of actions engagement and meaningful learning in the classroom, engagement as participation in interest-based extracurricular opportunities, engagement as positive relationships and a sense of belonging, and then wellness and well-being. And in order to work towards greater action, we've developed dimensions of action towards the student engagement goal. And Challenge Success definitely helped us here. They have a framework that we use, and then also our own internal thinking, a part of which our principals will speak to you about tonight. Alternative and authentic assessment, a climate of care, education for faculty, parents, and students, inclusion and open-mindedness, project and problem-based learning, student agency and problem-solving skills, students' schedule and use of time, and student voice and choice. And again, these are the categories or dimensions of action that we'll be working within to improve on student engagement. Our principals had a great idea, and that is to work collaboratively together to look at a K-12 view of the work they're doing in two of these dimensions, student agency and problem-solving skills, and also student voice and choice. And so I'm just going to switch this over to the presentation of the principals. And I'm going to introduce, one second, Principal Finder, who's going to get things going. So again, thank you to our principals for this great presentation that they have prepared for us. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chris. So thank you. I'm Bridget Finder, the principal of Glenwood Landing School, and thank you so much for this opportunity for us to show off some of the wonderful opportunities and ways that we have students engaged at the elementary level all the way up through the high school. So as you can imagine, most elementary level students around the country are compliant. They do everything that is asked of them and see the how and what, but not always the why for the relevance of what they are learning. But here at North Shore, we expect our students to not only be engaged, where they learn because they are interested and see the why, but we challenge them to be empowered, in which they see the value in creating a difference for themselves and others. At Glenwood Landing School, we have several opportunities for students to feel empowered. During the spring of 4th grade, students are invited to apply to be either a student government representative or a dignity diplomat as they go into 5th grade. Our student government representatives help to spread awareness for both worldwide causes and community events within the school. They vote on the monthly causes, prepare presentations, and teach the younger grades all about each event or fundraiser. Another extracurricular opportunity is the Dignity Diplomats. Back in 2010, when the Dignity for All Students Act came to be, Glenwood Landing School created a club in which students serve as Dignity Diplomats. They are students helping to create a supportive and safe school environment by helping younger students navigate social situations. The expectations and purpose of the club have evolved over the years to the successful program that it is today. And this next slide has a video that will highlight how the program not only engages our students, but empowers them.
Our club, Dignity Diplomats, moves from engagement to empowerment.
Try to be advocates for others during recess. We help kids become independent problem solvers.
As our job as a DD, we help the first graders problem solve, and we also problem solve it sometimes for them. First, what I do is I get both sides of the story, so I know what both of them think, or several people think. And then I ask them how to solve the problem, if they have any ideas on how to solve the problem. Then if they get any good ideas, maybe we'll choose an idea. But if that still doesn't work out, then we try and use empathy. Empathy is where you feel for another person or several other people. I would ask them how would like this person feel if this was happening to them. How would you feel? How would you react? And as our job as DDs, we try to help you. We don't try to hurt you, and we're not here to get you like discouraged or in trouble. We just want to help and try to make the school a better place.
Being a Dignity Diplomat empowers me because I know I'm making a difference in the community by helping first graders and the lunch monitors, and this can help me if I come across the same situation with myself that I had to deal with the first graders. I can know how to handle it.
Well, to show the kids empathy, we kind of just teach them to solve their own problem by asking them, how could you solve this problem? What can you do to solve this problem? How are you feeling on the mood meter? Why are you feeling this? And if there's a problem happening, the first question we ask is, why is this problem happening and what happened?
DD, I feel very powerful by giving younger students a mindset of what they should feel like or what a person they should be when they get older. And I feel like being a DD helps them, so when they do get older, they can use these steps that we're teaching them to make a better life of themselves.
The DDs helped me at the playground because I was playing and a girl wanted to play, but I couldn't hear her, and the DDs helped me.
How did they help you, Ava? What did they do?
They figured out the solution, and then we played together.
The fifth grade DDs helped me when we were playing soccer, and my teammate shot the ball, and it hit the other team's player's hand, and then it was a handball, but they were saying it's not, and then the fifth graders helped us, and then they said it's a free kick.
Thank you, Mrs. Finder. Student voice and choice is also an important tenet in our approach to instruction within the curriculum too. At Glen Head, as well as at Seacliff and Glenwood Landing, students are provided with many opportunities for choice, which helps support student agency and independence. There are a variety of ways in which we approach this work at Glen Head. We provide students with multiple tools in any given unit of study, both in literacy and mathematics, to develop a specific skill. Students can be seen choosing from various anchor charts, exploring different methods of problem solving, or choosing from a wide variety of materials and manipulatives, all as they engage in learning. This level of student choice also lends itself to greater student voice, as students can be seen collaborating based on choices they have made in book clubs, on research topics, and even in small math groups as they work to master a specific skill. Ultimately, student voice and choice improves our students' learning experience, but there's no reason to take my word for it. Let's hear from some of my friends at Glen Head as they share their experience with voice and choice.
Mila, I know a lot of people may not know that the principal used to make the morning announcements every day, but why do you think it's more important for the students to make the announcements?
I think it brightens up your day, and when kids do it, it just sounds better or it sounds more interesting, and it makes you be like, hey, I want to see that. Like today's National Eagle Day. I want to search up why eagles did that, and I want to learn more facts about it. And it makes you want to have more interesting day, and I want you to explore it.
Great. And Valentina, what have you learned since you've been a member of community service and been doing the morning announcements?
I think that it's good for kids to do the announcements because sometimes when you're doing it with someone, you may not have a great relationship with them in the beginning, but during and to the end, when you're done, you may have a really good relationship and start to bond.
Thank you, girls. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Rohan, can you tell me a time in school where you were given choice and it improved your school experience?
Well, we had a choice to have a test on a Thursday or a Friday. Let's say I wasn't prepared for the test and I needed an extra day of practice. I could ask for the test to be on Friday. But if I was prepared and I wanted to learn something new, I could ask for the test to be on Thursday.
Great, thank you. Do you think, Lucas, that student choice improves a student's school experience?
Yes, because like if you don't like something and you really like something, instead of doing the thing you don't like and being like, oh, this is so boring, you could do the thing that you really like and be like, oh, this is so much fun. I want to do this again.
Thank you, Dr. Rufa and Ms. Finder. I'm Jeanette Wojcik, the principal of Seacliff School, and I'm honored to be here this evening to speak about the opportunities that Seacliff School provides for their students. We truly value student engagement through the lens of student voice and choice. We really honor student choices by offering clubs in grades K through 5. There are a wealth of co-curricular and extracurricular opportunities to develop student interest. At Seacliff School, we have 12 different before and after school Seacliff School clubs that run from our Miles Ahead Running Club, our Garden Club, Mindfulness, Drama, our TED Club, Newspaper Club. We also offer during the school day 5 recess clubs for students, a SWES club, library, STEAM club, mock trial, and athletes. We do have a very robust intramurals program that runs in both the fall and the spring for K through 5 for students. And then our PCA is wonderful with their enrichment clubs. And each part of the school year, they offer different opportunities. There's 6 after-school clubs running now: chess, Clay Nation, Game Builder, and a My Style Camp. So those are some of the wonderful opportunities. In our second slide, we'll see that we really do at Seacliff School honor and want to develop student voice. And we do this by honoring student investigation, interest, inquiry, and then springboard that with student-led learning. One of the very sweet stories that really springboarded a very in-depth discussion in our SWES program was the story of a student, a 4th grade student named Jonah, who noticed a rust-colored lady beetle resting on a garden, in our garden, a pumpkin leaf. He pointed out some of the differences between the lady beetle and ladybugs, explained that it was a squash beetle. And from that, Ms. Crouppen really took his interest and ran with it in her enrichment program. And really, it started an in-depth study for students K through 5 to talk about the squash beetles, their life cycle, the plants they infest, and organic pest management within our school garden. So that is something that we truly honor as student voice. The next piece really talks about, in Seacliff School, developing student agency. When we look at the lens of student agency, it really is our ability to develop students' capacity to set a goal, reflect on that goal, and act responsibly to affect change. We do that in two ways. We really want students to develop, to have the opportunity to develop an understanding of how their brains work. And we do that through our executive functioning groups. And in this, students learn about their brain, they learn metacognitively, how they learn, how their brain develops, and then they learn strategies to support executive functioning. Through our social emotional lens and advocacy, we have talk tickets. And this is an opportunity for students to use a talk ticket to initiate support for themselves within our mental health team. They fill out the ticket and then schedule an appointment to meet with a mental health team member. And finally, we really do develop student advocacy and problem solving. We focus on students not only as problem solvers, but problem finders. We want to see what is it in our world that needs advocating for, and how can we go about solving that problem. One thing that comes to mind is several students have come to me about the plastic utensils used in the lunchroom. How can we make a change? Some of this happens through our persuasive writing units, where students identify a problem and then provide solutions. And one of our clubs, the TED Club, is a platform for students to develop solutions to problems they have. And so we are so supportive of student voice, student choice, the advocacy and problem finding and solving at Seacliff School. The next video illustrates all of these concepts through our students' own voice.
I would never imagine I could do. Running club motivates all of us. We are Seacliff!
We get to choose what sports we want to play, and some of the benefits are we get fresh air, it's very fun, it's nice to take a break from school, and great exercise. Some of the choices we get for sports are kickball, wall ball, football, basketball, hockey, and team handball. We are so lucky to have intramurals at Seacliff School.
Executive functioning is the art of your consciousness controlling your body, not the other way around. If I've learned anything from executive functioning, it's that you need to clean up the stuff that's important for you to clean up and keep organized. But you also have to maintain that clean. I've grown more flexible and been able to say I can work with this. And
a talk ticket is a way to communicate privately with an adult. A talk ticket is a way that you can show your feelings and make sure you're not stuffing it deep inside you.
Activism means to find an issue that you're passionate about and to take action. You can do so in many different ways: protest, petitions, posters, articles, music, poems, art. Activism is to use your voice, and different people do so in different ways, all working towards the goal of making a change for what you believe is the better. For me, change starts when I learn about an issue that sparks passion. My first instinct is to inform someone else of this issue, but oftentimes I'm still not satisfied with just that, so I look for small things I can change to help build a better world. For example, the other day I read an article on ocean pollution that sparked passion. I immediately spoke to my parents, informing them about this issue. The next day, it was brought to my attention that our school uses plastic utensils wrapped in plastic, and I thought about the negative effects that plastic has on the environment. And that was it. That was the small thing I could change to help solve this issue. Now what was left to do was decide how I was going to use my voice. So really, for me, activism means to use your voice, however that may be, to make a change of any size.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jennifer Imperial, the interim principal at North Shore Middle School. I'm really happy to be here with you tonight, especially to share about a topic that is really at the heart of what we do in education and daily in our schools. As you have seen with our 3 elementary schools, North Shore Middle School is a place where student choice and voice is evident inside and outside of the classroom daily. Each day as I visit classrooms, I'm consistently seeing students actively participating in their learning, and our teachers and directors intentionally design curriculum and assessments which foster this value. In addition to inside of the classroom, I've always believed that substantial learning occurs outside of the classroom and is promoted by our strong belief that student advocacy and partnership and problem solving. The examples I'm going to share with you tonight were very purposely chosen. I wanted to find examples of inside of the classroom that are a shared experience for all students. So the very first one that I have here to share with you is on spiderweb discussions. A spiderweb discussion lets the students in the entire class have an independent discussion. It's a talk about a topic or a text with a chance for everyone to get involved. There's a discussion protocol that helps students think metacognitively about their execution of these classroom conversations. It helps them set both individual and whole class goals. There's often sentence starters that help students scaffold their communication skills, but I have really seen student voice grow through the use of these tools in grade 6, 7, and 8. In all English classes, I have seen it, but I've also witnessed it in world language classes, in other areas of the building. And I've invited Anthony here, and he's going to share with us his experience in spiderweb discussions. Anthony is a 6th grader.
Spiderweb discussions are about sharing ideas to other people, and spiderweb discussions can be about a picture, or it could be even about a book. For example, our last spiderweb was about a picture with explaining the difference between equality and equal, and being equal, because we are studying and learning about social issues. The goal of every spiderweb is to get more people active and learning. It's really helpful because people can. It's really helpful because people can get better at their listening skills and talking, and you can also build off other people's ideas. It's grown because it has grown because from the beginning of the year, not many people would speak. Only a couple of people would speak. But now, in the middle of January, a lot of people would speak, and now not many people would not get to speak anymore.
So you can see there in the corner of the slide, that's the, but that is the topic. That is how teachers track the conversation, and that's shared with the class and shared with individuals, and they really use that to reflect and grow upon their participation. And one of the things Anthony really spoke to, which I was so excited to hear him, but again, is that metacognition. So not only are they engaged in this activity, but they're really able to reflect on what it is they're doing, why they're doing, and really think about their thinking and learning as they engage in the process. The next example that I'd like to share with you is on National History Day. National History Day is an assured experience for every single 8th grader. Every 8th grader participates in National History Day, and it really highlights the benefits of student choice, not only about what they're learning, and here they have choice on what they learn, but also on how they're able to demonstrate their learning. Student choice is really powerful. This year's National History Day theme was on debate and diplomacy. Students researched the theme, a self-selected topic based upon their own particular interest. They used primary sources, secondary sources, developed thesis statements. And again, they were able to select the project and the way in which they were able to demonstrate what they learned. Students chose exhibits, documentaries, websites, and performances. And again, I like to invite Maeve and Lucia to share their experience on their National History Day project and the work they did.
So for our project, we did it on Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her impact on debate and diplomacy, and this was for our National History Day project. We had a lot of fun choosing this topic, just in general, because we had a lot of freedom with choosing it and choosing whatever we got to do and the type of project.
Yeah, so one thing we got to choose was who we worked with, and this was really beneficial for us because we got to pick someone that we worked well with and that we knew we would have like a really fun time working with them.
Yeah, and I think that we also got to, we had so much freedom, like I said, that we could kind of just imagine what we wanted to work on and then try to fit that to the theme and agree on something. And we were pretty good at agreeing on a topic.
Yeah, and then we also got to pick what like kind of project we wanted to do. So there were a bunch of different options, and we would choose one that worked best for us. And that kind of made it so that we stayed interested in the project like throughout the entire thing.
Right, I think that our investment was a big part of it. And so getting to choose all of our own, just make our own decisions was something that really helped with that.
So there's one other thing that I chose to share that I think really highlights our value in student choice is the elective program at North Shore Middle School. Depending upon their grade, students get to choose anywhere between 2 to 3 electives that they study for an 8-week period of time. The one elective that I chose here to highlight is Viking Explorers. It's a very popular elective, but it studies robotics, marine biology, geology, environmental science. The class is performance-based and authentic. You can see from the pictures here, students take exciting trips. This was one where they took a trip to Tappan Beach. They wore their wader boots and used Xeon nets to catch specimens that they later examined. They read text, they read the text, the Outlands, and learned about how Long Island was formed. And they also have built robots that they were able to actually pilot underneath the water and use GoPros to examine how their robots worked underwater. Mr. Slack and Mr. Lang, two very exciting teachers who are inspirational and motivating, recorded some of their students talking about this elective. So I'd like to share that now.
I like the 3-cycle course idea and the aspect of engineering because I've never done something like that before. And I'm looking forward to learning new things and like traveling to like test out other vehicles that we are able to create here.
My brother took the course a few years ago, and he said just when I was choosing last year, he said it was fun. And I'm looking forward to going on the field trips with my robot once I finish it.
And Nick, what were the reasons that you took Viking Explorers, and what are you looking forward to?
I like building, and I want to do that when I grow up. So I just want to like get the feel of it when I'm younger, and I like working with tools and stuff.
I heard like a lot of people say that these classes are fun, and I also like wanted to learn how to like build stuff and learn how to use like different like things to make other things.
Great. What are you working on right now?
Working on an underwater robot, and we're using a different design other than like what other people do. Because, I don't know. We want to be creative, and we want to like build a better and greater robot.
Excellent.
So this, okay. So I'm really excited to share this slide because I think what this slide represents is really how we operate at North Shore Middle School. And I wanted to demonstrate something that you're not going to find on a curriculum map. There won't be pictures of this on the website, but it truly represents the learning that occurs daily at the middle school, and our core belief of students engaging in discovering problems, advocating for themselves, being able to speak up when they see something, but also really being active participants and finding the solution. I see this occurs daily at the middle school, and my interactions with students and teachers, and this belief that students should be empowered to solve problems and work together really is probably one of the things I enjoy most on a daily basis, being at a middle school. And really being anywhere, even when I was at the high school, like that level of student advocacy, creating situations where they can collaborate, but really empowering them to feel like they can make a difference. And when they see a problem, they can find a solution, and we will support them and help them work through that. So here's one example of something that occurred this year.
Hi, my name is Jacob Ludmar, and a few months ago there was a problem at North Shore Middle School. 2 students wanted to run for SGO president, and we couldn't find a way to have a fair election. We both had a difference of opinion of how to do it. Some of us thought it should just be in the club. One of us thought it should just be in the club. One of us thought it should be a school-wide election because it's the SGO. We discussed with the club advisor and the principal, and we really couldn't find a way to come up with a good idea. And we realized that there was no set of like bylaws, or there's no constitution to follow for a fair election. So this year we decided to work together with the rest of the SGO, and we want to look at other schools' constitutions and bylaws and make a new set of constitution for North Shore Middle School SGO based off of that. And that's what we're doing this year for SGO.
Thank you so much. I think that's so powerful, and that's such an example of where such great learning and student problem solving advocacy is really occurring. That's a life lesson, and some great skills are coming out of this situation outside of the classroom. So thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Imperial. Greetings, everyone. I'm Eric Contreras, principal at the high school. And I want to begin by saying that none of this is possible without the work of every adult in the schools and outside. And at the high school, we are beneficiaries of wonderful work that happens K-8. And want to also say that this work is intentional. So our students having voice, choice, and engagement across classrooms, both inside and outside, that happens because adults are intentional in setting that up, and we make that happen. So that doesn't happen. It's not coincidental. It is because we have intentionality in making that happen. So at the high school, and again, this is not an exhaustive list. This is just some things, some examples of student engagement at the high school. You'll see collaboration at all levels. Even during COVID, as much as possible, I've encouraged teachers to have students get off the clamshell and actually talk to each other and be in discussions. So there's discussion-rich classrooms, students collaborate, in-depth studies and research, not just in research class, but also through independent projects, authentic assessments, choice in assessments and projects, opportunities for exploration of various courses of study, dynamic, engaging classroom experiences. I always believe in trying to have our thinking be visible when we enter classrooms. Students participate in shared decision-making. There are a number of honor societies, National Honor Society, music, math, language, social studies, science, many community service organizations. I have been moved by the amount of service and community action that the adults and the children in this building and this community partake in, from food drives to coat drives, as it was said earlier. But you can make an entire presentation just on the Key Club, Kiwanis, National Honor Society, Interact, Environmental Club, and all the CAST projects that happen through our students' work. And then in the domain of student choice and voice, we have 76 electives. Dr. McBrook and I confirmed that number today, and it's quite impressive. And I want you to know that the pathways that offers, as I've said many times, everything condenses it. The high school is a point of where everything comes to a summative point. So it's where you create your final narrative that goes out to the collegiate setting. So having those opportunities is spectacular. 65 after school options, 21 athletic teams, 2 theater productions, a senior play. We have writing fellows, which Ms. Ritter organizes with teachers, that you can have a whole presentation on that. Student leadership, not just in clubs. So every club has its set of student leaders. So when you multiply that by the 65 clubs, you have that many student leaders happening multiple times, president, vice president, treasurer, et cetera. student leadership in sports, leadership in the musical ensembles. There are multiple routes and options for student expression. There's a student government that you hear from here. There's the Viking View, the yearbook. We have competitive academic programs, the mock trial, robotics, mathlete science research. I leave here sometimes 7, 8 o'clock, and the kids are here doing this work. There's students here chart their own journeys. So the analogy for me is at North Shore, we don't have package trips. Every child makes their own individual journey, and that's part of choice and voice in this district. Students make their announcements here. We have a world-class, and that's not a misnomer. I meant a world-class music ensembles. Dolly and all the work from in the music program, chamber orchestra. I'm not going to read these all, you see them, but it's quite a list. I'm going to share a video, and I just want to say I have a co-director and co-producer, Dr. Mabrook. So Dr. Mabrook, I see you here. Thank you. And here goes hearing from our students. So here, North Shore students march to their own drum.
All right, with student choice, I feel like student choice in North Shore, there's a lot of different routes that kids can take with different classes and stuff, and engagement, I would say, kind of working well with other people. I feel like a lot of students just work well with each other, and they have no problems all coming together and collaborating on a work.
I think we can get the chance to make our own schedule, so that's a big advantage for us, and take choices about which class we want to take, which electives we want to participate in. So that's a big choice we have to take.
It's most pronounced in after-school clubs and after-school sports and involvement, I would say. And then I feel the most engaged in I think my art classes and classes where you do a lot of group work and talk a lot, lab, honestly, and science classes. Even the cafeteria and gym classes where it's a lot of working together and collaborating.
I think there's a lot of student choice in the school by having so many activities or places for the students to go during school, and I think engagement looks like students paying attention in class and also talking to the students around them.
For student choice in North Shore, I think that has a lot to do with clubs and sports, and deciding what classes you want to take in terms of electives and things like that in different courses. And then engagement, I think just paying attention, taking notes, listening to teacher, respecting your classmates' time and everything like that.
Sí, excelente. Una persona que estaba haciendo bici. Excelente. Ok, él atropella a la ciclista. ¿Qué pasó después? Violeta.
La ciclista falleció en el hospital.
Ella falleció en el hospital. ¿Qué significa?
So, in North Shore, I don't know if it's in general in the United States, but I feel that in sports, mostly students engage together, which is really nice social thing. And I like how people spend time together even after school. So yeah, and I like how students have really free will, how they want to make their own schedule, and I feel that's great because it's on their own, because it depends their college on it, the university, on the future, and I like how they're not pushing anything, they decided on their own.
most choice when it's choosing opportunities such as like the classes I want to take or the clubs that I want to take. Although I suppose I am limited by what is offered, but there is a pretty wide range of things that I can choose from.
For me, choice comes in to the IB courses when choosing the IA topics. Being able to research whatever you want and within the course is really a great opportunity.
I personally feel most engaged in science research because especially in junior and senior year, you really go in depth in your project, and usually what we do is meaningful and there's a reason that we choose it. And so seeing all of our hard work over the summer, over the course of the 2 years, come together in the form of papers and submissions, it's very engaging and also rewarding.
Are you recording this?
All right.
Doesn't he have to do this?
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues. And I just want to end by saying that what I've seen here is very special. And every high school student is no more than 48 months from independence, either academically or individually, in college and career. So the work that my colleagues and every adult does to capture voice, choice, and engagement and independence is critical to the work that we do for them, not just here in the North Shore District, but as they leave the North Shore District. So thank you, Dr. Zublionis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, principals, so much.
Chris, Tom, you ready for me to turn it over to the trustees? All right.
Yes, indeed.
All right, very well. I'll just very briefly, I'll come back at the end, but I want to thank our principals. At the beginning, you started talking about the progression and viewing this as a K through 12 engagement process. And so I appreciate that the presentation itself was a meta version of that approach. And thank you. It was great to see you all here. Are there trustees who would like to jump in?
I would.
Sarah?
Thank you. Thank you so much for this very thoughtful presentation. It's always so great to see our students and to hear them in their own voices. And I just can't tell you how much we appreciate being able to hear that. And they were tremendously articulate about the choices and the opportunities they have. And the number of things our schools are doing right now to foster engagement through student voice and choice, I think is tremendous and incredibly critical. So I wanted to say that the board wanted to touch onto the topic of engagement because it is a part of the strategic plan, right, that we've been engaged in for several years. And what's been driving the board's interest in a lot of ways is that we have some data from surveys that have been done, like the Bach-Harrison survey that we've done a couple of times with our grades 7 through 12 kids, had some data in it that we felt concerned about, right? They have a scale that measures a low commitment to school, right? Which asks questions about how often did you enjoy being in school, or how interesting are most of your courses to you? And over 40% of our kids registered as being sort of at risk on this low commitment to school measure. There was also a measure of academic failure that basically asked these kids, again, this is grade 7 to 12, about how they felt about their grades and their grades relative to other kids. And just over 30% of our kids measured as at risk there. And we've done the Bach-Harrison a couple of times. And so we were worried about those numbers. And so I think my question is really what all of you think are driving those numbers, and if there are other things that we can do to address that level of engagement, sort of like across the school environment. And I'm certainly not asking you to give me a spontaneous answer this minute. I just wanted to frame sort of where some of the concerns are still coming from that are driving that strategic plan initiative.
I could maybe just give a brief response, and if anybody else wants to chime in, certainly. I think that is where the conceptual framework that we're developing is helpful, because I think, for example, some of those data points that you mentioned, I think students' use of time and schedule, including things like homework, how tests are assigned, schedule of day, balance in those regards. Those are some of the things we didn't talk about tonight, but that we are working on and starting to think about collaboratively, with our educators. So those are some of the newer pieces I think that we'll start to work on in the second half of the year and into next year.
Thank you.
Andrea?
We have more activities than I even realized that we have. And our students are so lucky with those wealth of opportunities. And yet the data still shows they're highly disengaged compared to other schools. And I was thinking a little bit about the term disengagement, and I was wondering maybe that wasn't even that's not even the right word to use. Disengagement really means like a lack of care about their work. And I think, as we see in the video, our students do care about their work. And that made me wonder, maybe the term burnout is actually what's going on. And if you look at the psychological literature, everything we know about burnout comes from the psychologist Christina Matlock. And she looks at burnout. It's a ton of data on this, ton of research on it in terms of 3 components. And she actually has developed all different kinds of burnout inventories for the workforce in general, for healthcare employees, but she also has an inventory for students. And the 3 components that she really has identified as part of this construct is exhaustion due to coursework, this idea that work doesn't feel meaningful, and that students doubt efficacy, their own efficacy in terms of their ability to achieve. And it made me start to think that maybe we really need to figure out which of those 3 is where our students are really suffering. Like my guess is that our North Shore students don't doubt the efficacy, but my thought is that they probably are high on exhaustion due to coursework and that the work doesn't feel meaningful. And we have lots of data, like Sarah spoke about, that's been replicated over and over again, that seems to suggest that's where the weak points are. And I think it's important to sort of hone in on that, because if we're talking about developing actionable steps, right, like real changes that we can make, I think sort of honing in on where the problem is should help tie us to that step. And overall, I think that this is important because we know that burnout is associated with all different kinds of things like physical illness and stress and mental health issues. But in terms of students, we know that burnout's associated with poorer academic achievement. And so I think this is a very important discussion. In those videos that you presented, we see how, my computer's going crazy. We see how our students have all of these wonderful, authentic learning projects, and those projects are engaging. We see that, right? But I think that engagement as a whole is greater than being engaged in an individual project. I think it's about students being engaged in the entire constellation of their learning and school experience, which I think goes beyond a history project or a science project. And I think that we need to take like a really high level, broad view of engagement that goes beyond just authentic learning. And I guess I'm also curious, like, Chris, if we look at some of the data that we have, which sort of compared us to other schools, it makes me wonder, where are these schools that have students who are reporting high engagement? Where are the paragons for engagement? Maybe they're public schools, maybe they're not public schools, maybe they're American schools, maybe they are not. I'm really curious to see what they are doing as a way to help bring some of those ideas to North Shore. And my guess is that the schools which have students which are highly engaged, it goes beyond just individual learning projects, and that it's more about a system-wide, organizational-wide engagement that's reflected in their practices and their policies and their procedures. So moving forward, I hope as we think about actionable steps, those are the things that we look at. And then I just want to end with, it's not just student engagement, right? I hope that we're also taking a look at faculty and staff engagement. Every year, the Gallup poll puts out the state of global workforce. I just happened to read it last month. And this is like the definitive representative sample of how the workforce is doing in the world. It's a very interesting report, and it measures all different kinds of negative emotions: anger, stress, sadness, worry, and all those rates have been increasing, and since like 2009, but they've really increased even further since the pandemic has started. So I think it's also important that we look at the burnout and disengagement of our teachers, of our administrative staff, because what you've been tasked with over the last couple of years has been enormous. And if all our stakeholders are disengaged and burned out, then we have an organization that I think potentially is not operating at their best. So I just want to make sure that we continue to think about our employees as well.
So complex problems always require complex solutions. This lack of engagement, or as Trustee McCarty, as you put it, burnout, I think they are connected, and I think it's a complex problem. And when I think of what you've asked, what are some possible moves forward? The first thing that comes to mind, and it sounds like the intangible, but it's not, it's the strengthening of relationships in the building. Ultimately, every building has an ethos, every building has a feel, and you have to be cognizant, all the adults in the building and outside have to be cognizant of what kind of feel or ethos or emotional state that building has, because it does pervade. And I do appreciate that you mentioned teacher burnout, because this was some of this data is pre-COVID. So when you add the stresses of COVID, they have been carrying a lot. And I've always said, even today at the Tri-State visit, I said, if we're asking the adults in buildings to show grace, kindness, empathy to children, and we have to remember that we have to model that to the adults. And we have become a society that yells at each other. And there's a lot of emotion, and I get it, but we have to protect our children from that space as much as we can. So I do think that there's a place for strengthening relationships, and I have conversations. I will continue to have conversations with the staff at the high school Another vector is meaningful experiences. You did see meaningful experiences in the classroom, but I have a child who goes to school for basketball and then math and English are secondary. But there's kids that come to school for robotics and there's kids that come to school. So how do we strengthen those meaningful experiences? And are there ways to take those meaningful experiences and further deepen those relationships within that space? Because that's what the kid comes to school for. And then meaningful experiences in the classroom, and then maybe systematic approaches. Are kids sleeping enough? Are they, and this is a community, complex problems are also community, right? So I'm guilty of being on my phone when I'm eating dinner with my kid. Are we connecting with our children 360, not just in school, but outside of school? Because we have to make sure that our kids feel connected. Research after research will say that kids need to feel connected to an adult in school, outside of school. I used to coach golf and fencing, and sometimes I was that person, and sometimes it was my English teacher colleague and my math teacher colleague. So we all have to figure out ways, who's the point of contact, the emotional point of contact for each child. But there's a lot of work ahead. But thank you for bringing up the part about this teachers, because they are, and the administrators, everyone in the building. We have a lot of work ahead, but we have beautiful children to do it with. So thank you.
I just wanted to echo Mr. Contreras said super quick and just connect back to Trustee McCary that I think, the multidimensionality of what we're talking about. So those 8 categories, it's certainly beyond authentic learning and performance learning, but within each one, even that, how do we go from frequent to systematic to systemic? And that is one of the driving questions that we're going to be asking Tri-States when they come back in March about our structures and procedures. And also what Dr. Dolan and I have called trickle-down emotionomics. We will be asking about teacher engagement in those questions. And Mr. Doherty and I have talked a lot about that. And I can tell you this leadership team certainly does on a daily basis.
Thank you both. Trustee Galati, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that you did putting it together. It's certainly appreciated. There's no question whatsoever that we have a very, very rich program academically in terms of extracurriculars, the arts, sports, you name it, we have it. And that's why, and this is really echoing back to what Sarah had to say before, it's just, I don't really see where the disconnect is then between what the surveys are telling us and what we're doing. And I know everybody's trying, to rectify this. But when we first had, a couple of years back, when we had gotten the results of the survey, I had asked the question, is there a mechanism in order for the students to reflect why they feel disengaged? And at that particular point in time, there was no mechanism. And, all of the students that presented tonight were, they're wonderful kids, but these are all kids who feel engaged. And we didn't really get to see kids who don't feel that way. So I was just wondering, what can we do to try and draw those kids out and to get their feelings about why it is that they don't necessarily feel they belong or that they want to belong?
I'm just shocked that no one has a quick, perfect answer to that question, because it's, no, I'm kidding, of course, because it's not an easy one. I don't know if anyone.
Yeah, I think the silence does speak to our recognition of the problem. Earlier this year, we talked about club activities and students who were involved in clubs, and that's certainly a good indication of engagement. And both Eric and Jen spoke to clubs at their schools, and so did Jeanette. And we went back after that meeting that night. And I know we had a conversation in our offices about finding the club for the kids who don't belong to a club. What is that? What is that activity that we can find for kids? And it's a really enigmatic problem. It's one to ponder, Rich. And I wish the silence with which your question was met probably indicates the degree to which each of us has struggled to find a way to draw those kids in that just even in the best of schools, don't feel connected. And I'm gonna just mention, Andrea used a phrase that I know is going to echo in my mind. You know, the paragons of engagement. Where are those schools? What are those places? And what can we learn from them? That's going to echo in my mind. And I know that phrase, you know, that was really rich and one that we can certainly aspire to, and maybe we become one of those paragons. So I don't know if anybody else has anything to add to that, but it's something we live with.
Trustee Mosca?
I think you gave me the perfect segue. I want to celebrate what we just heard a little bit more. This is my favorite part of these meetings since, you know, in my few short months on the board. I think we are a paragon. I don't mean to be looking only through rose-colored glasses, but the complexity that Mr. Contreras just spoke about is really rampant, and it's no surprise to me that, I think to anyone, that the surveys would come back reflecting that kind of the difficulty of navigating through a world of such incredible complexity. And as you say, this was many of the surveys, many of the results that we're looking at are from before COVID. Then we add this, indescribably extraordinary event that's now going, in its third year, to the lives of these children. We layer on the stress of the competitive world they're in school, working towards their futures, in the context of a community of adults striving to achieve success and sometimes tearing each other apart, not talking very well to each other. I don't find it. I don't find any of it unbelievable. It's saddening, but I sit here and I see the models in these amazing principals and administrators and faculty that, I feel incredibly fortunate that my daughter interacts with these people every day. And I take what we just saw as, it's a model for me as a parent as well, especially one with, a kid now first year middle school, still really feeling her way. And I see all these, I'm even as someone involved in the community, have not been aware of the incredible choice that's available, the many ways we make engagement possible. Again, I'm not saying that we don't have mountains to climb to be better at this, but the fact that we are questioning it, that we are looking at it, that we are criticizing ourselves, I just don't want it to obscure the fact that there are amazing achievements, and that I have to say very personally for me, these are moments of just really deep gratitude for the work that all of you are doing. I think I've said this before, but it's very moving to me, and it does give me hope that somehow we will get through the difficulties that seem to slam us every day and are clearly being manifested by our children. But I want the takeaway to be a good one, as much as or buoying the continued efforts to improve. Those are my words of thanks to all of you tonight.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
Dr. Z, could I hop in for a second?
Please.
I wanted to follow up on 2 points that I think are very important. One of which is an engagement. Certainly, when you visit elementary schools, That love of learning is palpable. And I don't necessarily think that there's any video or we wouldn't even have enough time to capture that excitement and love of learning that goes on in our schools each and every day. And it's through choice, it's through voice, it's through student agency. And I know members of the community and members of the board who have had their children go through our elementary schools have felt that and seen that. I also think it's important for us to recognize that while we are looking at a very complex problem at all of the schools, the elementary schools, the secondary schools, and the middle school and the high school, we do have systems in place that we're working on and continuing to improve to identify those students that aren't engaged and to support them. One of them is just our student support teams. We meet regularly with our school psychologists, our social workers, our school counselor, and the teachers to look at how we can best support those students further. We have very detailed conversations. We implement very detailed plans, following up, charting 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks to see if the work that we're doing is improving their school experience, their social emotional development, and their academic development. While we still have work to do in that area, we really do take the work seriously. We're committed to it, and we will continue to work with our support staff, with our faculty and staff to ensure that we are doing all we can at every single school, at every grade level to support our students. Because we know if they feel good about their educational experience, there's nothing they cannot achieve.
Thank you. Lisa?
Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with, what all of my fellow trustees have said, and the feedback from the principals has been extremely helpful as well. I mean, the accomplishments of our students and our teachers are extremely impressive and numerous. And every time I see our students speak, I just think they are so articulate. I love watching these things. I think that, as Mr. Contreras said, this is extremely complicated. And I want to just go back to the challenge success survey data because, we talk about, we see these children obviously enjoying their classes, obviously, engaged in their classes, but we also know from the challenge success survey data that they're saying that their biggest stressors are grades, tests, quizzes, finals, and other assessments. They're saying the overall workload and homework and the lack of sleep. So I think a lot really does come back to their exhaustion and the fact that they are probably burned out, as we've talked about. So while I think our administrators, our teachers, we have such capable, excellent, staff here that is really trying their best to engage our students and are succeeding at that. There is also a workload issue. I was reading the Viking View from a few months ago, and there was an interview with some of the exchange students, and I loved reading it. And one of the exchange students just talked about how, the biggest difference here is that there was more homework and she didn't have time to hang out with her friends. And I thought, we have the perfect opportunity here to, give these students such a great experience. And I know we're doing that, but I think we just have to, evaluate that piece of it. So, again, I also want to end on a positive note to say that I'm so impressed with all of you and so grateful to be here. And I know, as Dr. Z said, you are, you know these issues, you're looking at these issues, and I'm sure we will find a solution. And again, thank you for all the work you're doing now and always, but now I know it's even more difficult and onerous in these pandemic times. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Trustee Russo?
So thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting. And thank you, Dr. Rufo, because that was my next question was, do we have the social workers? trying to connect with these students that we have identified as not being engaged. So I'm glad to hear that that's going on in your building. I hope it's going on throughout the buildings. I don't think the students who are exhausted are not engaged. They're exhausted because they are engaged and trying to do too much. So to me, that's really a time management issue, and family meetings and prioritizing as to, you know, what is important for these students, and making choices, informed choices, and really prioritizing. I'm much more interested in what we are doing for those students who phone it in at high school, don't even show up. I mean, there was, I don't know what the numbers are now, historically, a pretty high absentee rate, absenteeism at the high school. Not, well, I don't want to say high, but there was some absenteeism at the high school for those students who are, you know, habitually not coming or habitually late. Are we identifying those students? Are we reaching out to them, and how are we reaching out to them? Because those are really, you know, I mean, it's a small school, you know who those students are, or don't really seem to be engaged in any work or any activity. And, you know, that, I think it really is more of, I mean, I appreciate what everyone's doing. I think we have great opportunities, but you can lead a horse to water. So unless you're really engaging with those students on an individual basis, I don't think it matters on some level what we offer if they're not taking advantage of it.
Thank
So I
you.
can-
Oh, please, Dan.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so Dr. Ruka touched on some of what I wanted to add in terms of we do meet in every building weekly. I'm in the high school and middle school meetings every week, and we meet with the social workers, counselors, psychologists, sometimes behaviorists, the nurses, and we discuss students that we're concerned about. And you know, with the pandemic last year and students being remote and the hybrid schedule, you know, in the high school, engagement was certainly an issue where we had a hard time getting in touch with kids from time to time. And coming into this year, we've seen an increase in school avoidance. I actually have a meeting tomorrow district-wide with the mental health team. We're putting together a school avoidance task force to talk about how we can deal with these students, because it is a daily issue for the counselors, social workers, psychologists are trying to reach out to these kids. We've done home visits. We have a new social worker, you know, K-12, who's been a great addition to the team in terms of supporting some of these students district-wide. But we do know who they are, and the challenge is working with, you know, with the families to get them in and get them in the building. And, you know, we are doing it, and we're doing the work, and the counselors, social workers, and what you said, Trustee Russo, we are a small district, and we do know who they are, and we're doing everything we can to connect with these students. We've used outside agencies. We have Family Children's Association, ENL counselors that are working with some of our Spanish speaking families that have done home visits for us. We've worked with David Heimowitz and brought him in with certain situations. So we are working on it, and we do have a collaborative approach. A lot of times teachers will get brought into those SST meetings to give feedback on what they see in the classroom. And a lot of times the teachers are the first line to tell the counselors or social workers, hey, the student's been out for 5 days. They're usually here. Can we call home? We do. Usually there's an issue, sometimes within the family. And we work individually with those students and come up with plans to support them. So that work is certainly happening, and it's more challenging now than it's ever been, to be honest. So there is certainly different levels of engagement in terms of getting students in the building is a challenge for some of them right now. And it's a small portion, but students that historically have been here, you know, we're trying to get them in. So.
Yep. And I want to add, thank you, Trustee Russo, for bringing this up, because I've always felt the district is not just as good as how it treats its top students, but how it treats the students who are not showing up and not coming to school, not engaging. So one of the things that I've expressed it multiple times that I thought was terrible about COVID, especially year 1 and 2 last year, was that kids were not in school. You know, we can go into a conversation about my thoughts on that, but now that we're back in school every day, one of the things that did come out last year, which is a good thing, is we sharpened our tools on how to navigate these meetings, because we had to dig deeper into the conversations because they weren't in school to begin. We actually sanctified not being in school and made it easier for the student that when you're all in, they're not in school. So, but one of the things it did is Dan, the assistant principals, the social workers, the counselors actually were much more intentional. And every week in where I'm talking to you now, there's a team of teachers that will meet with a student that isn't engaged. And we come up with strategies, and there's a plan in place. And that was sharpened last year when kids were part of the systemic approach. We're not told not to come to school. There's a lot of work ahead with those students. I can also say that we're also working with Anna Aguiar in World Language, because she supports a small percent of our English language learners, many who are also in that same place, there's also intersections of economic disadvantage there. And she has set up meetings where they come, a world language teacher shows up in the target language, so that the in-person support, we had those meetings in person on purpose, is they can bring their kids. We've had our students volunteer to watch the kids. I mean, they're not there, so that's not a hindrance. To say these are the things that you need to support your child at home. And if they're not coming to school, you have to check the attendance, and we're going to reach out to you. But this work is, to your point, is not going away immediately, because it was there before, and it's something that we have to stay on. But I do have to say that the systems in place, the addition of the social worker, as Dan mentioned, has just been terrific, because we had two doing a lot of work. They literally work not every minute of the day, but we have work ahead. The numbers aren't, we can probably get some quantified numbers on that, but if it's one child, it's too many. So thank you for raising that.
If I could just echo super quick, what Mr. Doherty was saying, and Mr. Contreras, we've been working on our RTI framework, response to intervention, and we've started to include social emotional needs in that framework. We'll soon, and you might have heard out in the ether what some of these other districts are doing, called multi-tiered support services, or MTSS. And that's just another level of a more thorough approach to constant assessment of some of these warning signs. And that would be the next step in our RTI evolution. So I'll be talking more to the board and working with Chris Marino on MTSS.
Thank you.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, please.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. I didn't, virtually it's interesting. So I don't want to repeat what some of my colleagues have said. And I think, but I just feel the need to jump in and share a little bit more from my perspective. And it's very interesting as being a teacher, a dean, the assistant principal, now the interim principal, being in this district 23 years I've worked in the district. One thing that has always been true is and it's been mentioned before, is how well known students are. So we do get the data from a lot of these reports, but I can tell you in my work at the high school, and again as the dean, assistant principal, and now my work now, these students who are struggling are really well known. I won't repeat the weekly team meetings that we have, but I can really respect and I appreciate the questions brought up by the board, because it gives us, it gives me a different lens to think about, like, hey, when we were putting this presentation together, the five principals and I, the four of them and I really worked closely to figure out what we were going to present. And never would I think, and maybe there would have been another way to do it, but never would I think to say, hey, you've been struggling, you've been depressed, you have anxiety, you have some school, some issues, and you've been really struggling, but now you're coming to school. Do you want to speak about that? Because that's not the kind of thing you would put a student on the spot to maybe share. But maybe there was some way we should have conveyed that a little bit, because I can think of, like, as everyone's talking, I'm thinking, like, we are making differences and we are making strides there. I can think, for example, of two boys in particular who have struggled coming to school last year, this year. This year now I'm new to the situation, but there's a history here of them struggling coming to school. And the amount of work that has gone into from the social workers, the school psychologists, the the school counselor, meetings with myself. And I would love to put their pictures on the slides because they've been coming to school. And it's that really personalized approach that we do at North Shore, where we know students well, and what works for one student doesn't necessarily work for another. So it's not that same program. We've made adjustments, you know, and really figured out what was going to make each kid tick and make them feel comfortable coming back to school, what supports they needed so that they were successful and less stressed as they transition back through into school. But it was we were clapping, you know. One of the counselors brought a student, you know, to my office the other day when it was his 5th day back at school, and we cheered and celebrated that student. And we wouldn't put that, you know, I'm not going to put his picture on a slideshow and say, hey, this kid was struggling, but you really do need to know. And I'm happy you asked those questions so that we can share that. Students who are struggling academically, we talk about them, we put things in, and there's a host of students that I can share are doing so much better that they were early on. But we didn't share that and talk about that, but you should know that happens. And again, you know, it's you're going step by step, and some kids make strides in those areas very quickly, and some kids take longer, and every situation is different. But I've always said what a wonderful school district this is, because no matter where you are, you're going to get the attention that you need, and we're going to do what we can to make things better for you. And that includes students who are struggling. Councils will bring to us and say, this student you might not be, you know, shouldn't be on your radar because they're getting all A's and they're involved in the play and they're going to practice, but they're burnt out. So what can we do to alleviate that? And what supports can we put into place? You know, the world is struggling right now, but this is a fantastic place. And what happens in these buildings between the supports and the teachers and the administration, I would want my children to go to this district knowing if they weren't doing well, they were going to get what they needed, or there'd be people there to help me. Thank you.
And if I may jump in, if that's okay, I just wanted to also add the lens to speak on behalf of like what Dr. Rufus said and what Trustee Makari said, which is that we need to look at this systemically, you know, from an elementary lens. If you ever looked at a kindergarten student they learn with their entire being. They are wiggling in their seats, excited, happy. I think systemically, if we were to look at the perspective of a student as they move through the grade levels, what they look like in kindergarten with regard to engagement, and then 1st grade, and then 2nd grade, all the way through, and take a really deep perspective to identify the areas systemically and where we see the beginnings of disengagement. I think that will help us begin to course correct and bring in elements of support to prevent that from happening. I think sometimes we look at it from a backward perspective. We're looking at it, what are the high schoolers, you know, how are they feeling? How are they disengaged? But if we flip it and look at it from where are students engaged, how does that look? And where does that begin to see that falter, that disengagement, and how we can specifically target that? I think that will be just as powerful as bringing in systems of support at a higher level. And so, you know, from the elementary perspective, I know that's something I'm committed to doing as well, to support our students and looking at that progression. I just wanted to add that.
And if I could just add one other thing, because this has been a theme that I think it's important to acknowledge as well. With that, with that flip and looking through the lens in different ways, I also think it's important that we have to acknowledge the stress and pressure that parents are on now, in a way that, you know, if you look back 5 to 10 years, they weren't under that same kind of pressure. We are in a state right now where there is some critical issues around mental health, and that mental health of parents will certainly have an impact on children. So while we're talking about engagement of children, we also have to talk about how we can continue to engage and support our parents, because we know that homeschool relationship is critical to the success of children. And I think that's an area of real development that we could have some strong impact on. To your point, Dr. Makari, I would be very interested to know those schools that have that high engagement level, how are they also engaging their parents? Because I think that would probably, my guess would be, I bet some of that would go hand in hand. And as we continue to work on that, piece to make sure that parents also know that we're here to support them and to help them navigate through many of the complexities that our world faces right now. I think that that will certainly lift the engagement of our students too.
Can I just follow up on that? I think part of the problem when you're talking about parental engagement is they haven't been in our buildings in 2 years. That's a huge problem because they don't have that connection to the teachers, to the administration. They don't see what's going on every day. I mean, I used to tell Lori Nimmo, I mean, we were up there so much, I'm like, I would change the locks, lady. I don't know why you let us in, but she was happy to have us there. She felt it was, you know, a positive energy. We volunteered and we were helpful to them both financially, physically, and we were supportive of the faculty because we could see what they were doing and how hard they were working and the administration. So what we really have to work on is how do we get our parents back in the building? I know there's a safety concern, but if we keep locking them out, they're not going to be engaged.
So I appreciate all the input of our trustees and our administrators. I just want to add a couple thoughts that I've thought of, not necessarily coming into this, but as I've heard everyone speaking, I guess I wanted to pull the lens back a little bit and just say that without question, we have a tremendous amount of offerings for our students. Without question, we have a tremendous number of students who take us up on those opportunities to engage to some degree, as Lisa pointed out, perhaps at the expense of wellness, but we certainly have no shortage of folks who are doing that. And yet we also all acknowledge that we have this data that shows that we have too high a level of disengagement. And to be clear, while I don't disagree with anything that's been said about the pandemic and parents being out of our buildings and whatnot, that data was culled before the pandemic primarily, and it has been consistent. So I would be the first to tell you that the pandemic has not made anyone's life easier. I'm not going to sit here at this board meeting and explain why, but everyone knows and everyone has their own stories. But I'm not sure that the engagement conundrum that we are talking about is necessarily related to COVID, although I think it's clear it's made it worse. I don't think it's because we haven't given enough opportunities. So many of the committees and work that I've done here focuses on, or at least concludes with this idea that there's a disconnect between the push and the pull sometimes we have with our students and our offerings. We give so much, we send so much to the kids, we offer so much, but how do we pull people into those offerings? And that has been a challenge since I first became involved with this district. And I think the reason this study is particularly precarious on that front is that when we see that degree, not just a degree of disengagement horizontally from the number of students, but the depth of the disengagement from some students, it's not disconnected from the substance abuse issues, from the depression issues, from the lack of ability for some students to succeed, prosper, and become independent in our district, which is not the majority experience. But number one, if it was one, that's too many. And number two, it's not one. We know this, Jen. I thought your experience as working and wearing those different hats and seeing those students throughout your career path was very helpful in putting this in perspective. This is not a new issue. It's not unique to North Shore, but I think one of the reasons we're all here, one of the reasons this conversation has been difficult, but also to some degree inspiring, is that we are the district that does take a hard look at itself. And it seems like we have two options at this point. Either we disregard the clear data that's been given to us, or we look at it and we say there is something going on here that we do have to find a way to make better. I don't have the answer. I'm among the least qualified in this call to have the answer. But the asking of the question is what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I know everyone's engaged in that process. I'm only going to single out Chris because you're the one who's been leading this program. I have every bit of confidence in Chris that what we're doing here and the work you've done will continue, but we know the challenge ahead of us. And I thank you all. Dr. Dolan, is that it's in no way.
That's a great segue.
Is it I was going to say it's in no way a
Yeah,
great segue,
I think it is. but 2 quick points, and I promise to make them quick. This has been such a rich conversation, and I've said this at least one other time today. After something happens, it's when you say, gosh, I wish we had videotaped this. And you know what? In this case, we have. We've really got this to reflect upon, and some really essential questions have been asked. And while I'm the least senior person here, I can look around the screen and look at the people with whom I get to work every day and know that the right people are here to find answers to the questions, and the right people are here to ask the questions. And that's a unique a unique assembly of really important people. We'll get on it, and yes, you can have every faith in us to do so. The second thing I was going to say, by way of introduction of the next portion of the night, is we now turn to the larger presentation for tonight, and that is on the AP-IB dual credit, a part 2 of the presentation that we began way back in, I guess, December, with a promise that we would return with recommendations, and that is what we are doing here tonight. I would also point to the district goals. There were 4 district goals established earlier in the year, and this was district goal number 2, and it is the most detailed of all the goals as well. And we did look at it along the way, but I actually stood up from my desk today and walked across the room and looked at it and thought, wow, we set out to do something, and we did do what we promised to do. So we're going to present tonight a presentation led by Kerry Tatone, but critical to that have also been Chris and Eric and Dan, and I've been proud to be a member of most of those committee meetings, and I have some contributions to make tonight to this presentation as well. So with that, we'll turn to the large presentation for tonight, and that is on AP, IB, and dual credit. And I think I'll turn it over directly to Kerry, if you're ready. Chris, unless you have introductory comments.
No, all set.
Okay, Kerry, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and we're all ears.
Thank you, Dr. Dolan. Chris, I'm going to present my screen, right?
Yes, you can. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, just make sure you guys can see this all right. Can you guys see my screen?
I can.
Okay.
It always makes me wonder if those 4 little loops in the bottom is a Rorschach test. Like, is that someone? I see someone's hand pushing the pushing the slide
Pushing
up.
the next slide.
Exactly. Sorry, go on.
Okay, it should be full screen, but it's okay. There we go. All right, so thank you everyone for having us back tonight to resume this conversation. Back in December, we had really dragged the net, so to speak, on what we do and take a closer look at how we do AP and IB at North Shore High School. So we're going to revisit some of the points that were brought up last time, make some recommendations tonight, and talk about all the different things that we considered coming to this discussion tonight. So this is a slide I'd like to refresh from the last conversation that we had on December 16th, the mirrors and windows of what we do at North Shore compared to how other districts do AP and IB, so to speak. So this is just a refresher. If anybody wants me to come back to any of these points, I'd be happy to, but these were the main differences of what we do compared to what the other districts around us do. One of the questions that had come up last time was about community service and how many of our students do community service. We have an approximate number of 40% because that's the number of students that have turned in their sheets, so to speak. But we do know that that number is higher if we keep digging into that. So in the path forward, we had 3 possible avenues we could take: AP only, IB only, or maintaining AP and IB. So we looked very closely at all 3 routes. And the first possibility would be if we were to make North Shore High School and quote unquote AP only high school. And what would that entail? That would entail taking on the AP Capstone Diploma Program, increasing offerings at all grade levels, increasing trainings, dual enrollment in the AP courses, which is, we're going to be exploring that later in the presentation in depth, and potentially students paying for their AP exams. So there were levers that would push and pull, and these are some of the points that would push on the system, pull on the system, and come into play. And just as a refresher, we currently offer 16 of the 28 AP courses. The next option that we considered was going IB only. And in this route, we would have looked at, or we considered the middle years program. There is also the primary years program if you are a full continuum school district. We did talk about the middle years program, which is the middle school program, grades 6 through 8 or 6 through 10. We talked about ways that we would increase offerings at all the grade levels, dual enrollment, students paying for exams, same as AP. We talked about those levers that would push and pull on the system in this avenue. And as we went through all of this data, the qualitative, the quantitative, the student surveys, the teacher surveys, consultation with the directors, Tom, Chris, Dan, Eric, and I landed on what we would like to be the path forward. And that is our recommendation to maintain AP and IB at North Shore High School. We are really proud of our high school and the offerings that we have for our students. We're able to have a very unique and personalized experience for all of our students. They choose their pathway in our high school. They choose where their strengths are. They choose where they want to focus. And in the student focus groups, that really came through, that the students are very satisfied with their experiences here. They are critical of certain things that we do that we need to look at. But overall, they are happy with class sizes. They're happy with the offerings that we have. They're happy with the variety of courses that we offer. And they were very vocal that they want to see us maintain both AP courses and the IB program. We also feel this way because students are successful in their own paths and goals. We're hearing from alumni that are coming back and saying, wow, I was so prepared. Wow, I got where I wanted to be. I felt so successful when I went into college. We also talked about the alignment of the SVOs and the strategic plan. So there is a direct correlation between the shared value outcomes and the IB learner profile. There is direct overlaps between the two. And so that affects all students. Between the 9th grade English labs, where students are working on research projects that are implemented using AP and IB rubrics, or students being recognized as Student of the Month through the SVOs. These are some of the ways that students are affected at all grade levels, no matter who they are. The teaching and learning is a real strength that we want to maintain through these programs. They are rigorous and college level, but the approaches to teaching and learning are something that affect students in all grade levels, whether that's the social skills, the research skills, the writing skills, communication skills, the globalized learning, the depth of learning, the inquiry. These are components of our classrooms that have come so alive and become so strong in the past few years. Merging these two programs, that is something that we want to maintain. We also currently have great equity for all of our learners. We support our students in a lot of ways. We support them in their pathways, whether that's science research, whether that's the arts, sports, academics. We support our students and we provide a lot of support for them to get where they want to be. And then once they choose where they want to be, we provide that support as well for them to be successful in their choices. And then finally, there is that alignment with the strategic plan, the social emotional learning. Yes, we are going to talk about the stress of this, but we do our best to really hear the students, work with them to build a successful program for our students. And we're proud that this is an institution for learning where our students' goals are achieved. There are things that we like about both of the programs. So one of the things that we talked about is that we're like a boutique hotel, that we really are proud of, like the niche feeling that we have at our high school, that it feels like a private school sometimes. However, I don't want to, same thing like the last conversation, I don't want anyone to think that we're just sitting here with rose-colored glasses on. There are things that we are critical of ourselves that reveal themselves in this work that we need to take a serious look at, have serious conversations about. So we need to analyze the offerings, look at the structures and pathways that we provide across all subject areas, and the sequencing as well. So one of the terms that came up was reducing stress without reducing success. So can we find redundancies in pathways or seat time or assignments that are happening in these courses? We will reevaluate the sequencing of science, grades 8 through 12, to look for pathways that would allow students to complete the IB requirements and a full sequence of science, or science, chemistry, bio, and physics, alleviating that stress of students having to double up. So that could be achieved in a variety of ways, potentially introducing a standard level IB course or resequencing of classes. So that's something that we want to engage with the leadership team and teachers with to amend moving forward. We want to continue to balance the class sizes as enrollment allows. We do always build our master schedule based on student enrollment, but we want to do our best to maintain class sizes the way that they have been. That is one of the highlights that students expressed satisfaction of when we did our student focus groups. We want to encourage our students to fill their schedules. We do have a number of students that have openings in their schedule, and we want to encourage them to take the variety of offerings that we have. In this path forward, we'll explore dual enrollment for AP and IB courses. We also did a little exploration in paying for the AP and IB exams. We can talk about other potential cost savings. And here, the last one is about exploring the career program through the IB. So in the work ahead, we know that we will continue to have a cycle of evaluation moving forward. As an IB school, we are responsible and held accountable to have an evaluation every 5 years. But I think it's important that we establish our own indicators of success. So some of those indicators we've come up with to evaluate the success of our programs at the high school is the number of advanced courses students are taking. I can tell you that right now in the senior class, 74% of the students that are graduating this year will have taken at least one AP or IB course before they graduate. We want to look at that aggregate number of advanced course enrollments, looking at our areas of focus that might come out through the IB self-study, whether that's articulation, whether that's interdisciplinary learning. It could change year to year, but be cognizant that there always will be areas of focus or optimization. We talked about potentially formalizing course evaluations and surveys to determine are our courses that we're offering delivered in a way that students are finding meets their goals and that is effective in their own regard. And finally, continuing to report on the strengths and areas of focus in our annual report on student achievement. Next, continuing to ensure that our programs are effective. We do hear from our alumni. They come back into the alumni panels. They come back to visit us and they tell us, they tell their counselors, they tell their teachers, they tell the administrators how they're doing, what's working, what's not. Same thing, we also might hear that through our students anecdotally, if they have a sibling that's older than them, had a different experience than what they have now. But we need to continue to ensure that our programs are effective. Another part of the work ahead is to continue building a master schedule with a fiscally responsible approach. The master schedule is extremely nuanced and it's always been driven by student choice, and students are at the heart of what we do. But we always need to be responsible to everything that we do for this system to make sure that we are, we're not just playing games here. This really is something that we are held accountable to. And the next 5-year self-study will be completed in 2024-25 school year, so it'll be due in June. Some of the costs that we talked about, if we were to maintain AP and IB the way we desire to, the cost changes will remain minimal. However, we will explore various routes to save on spending. Some of those routes could be virtual trainings for teachers in AP and IB. It could be students paying for exams, training only as the College Board or the International Baccalaureate require. We have, as I've said before, historically gone above and beyond, so that's something we could consider. And then also looking at scheduling and impact on students and staffing. I think a slide, one of my slides skipped, so I'll just talk about it. And that is about students versus the district paying for exams. I did do a little exploration to look at what surrounding districts do. The majority of school districts around us do pay for, the students pay for the exams. We are pretty unique. We're not an outlier. We're not the only one that pays for the exams, and that certainly does ensure equity. that our students find the AP and IB exams accessible. And if we were to move away from the approach where we pay for all the exams, we would still pay for students that are on free and reduced lunch, absolutely. But there are other questions that come into mind. If we don't pay for the exams, is it still equitable? Will we need to make the exams optional? Could we still require them? So that's something that we could continue to talk about in our path forward. Here are some of the questions that came up last time that I just want to come back and revisit. So there had been a teacher survey that was administered. So we opened that back up for teachers to provide any input, data, contributions that they wanted to. And again, we saw that there's the split. Some teachers feel very supportive of AP, some teachers are very supportive of IB, and some teachers are supportive of both. In the student focus groups, you'll see in the backup that there is an executive summary of the questions that we asked, the highlights and the bullet points of what we heard from those students. There's also in the backup some sample student schedules that we can talk about if you'd like to tonight. But some of the highlights that came out of the student focus groups, I did mention the students were happy with the offerings, the opportunities, the small class sizes. But again, it wasn't all perfect. We asked them, do you have to give things up in order to take these advanced level classes? And the answer is yes, they do. There's only 9 periods in a day. And for some of them, they'll even make it 10 and come in 0 period. But it is important that they pursue their interests, that they try to meet their goals. But there are limitations in a student schedule. So if they want to do science research and band and take 2 science periods and a lunch, it's not always possible. So the students feel that yes, sometimes they do have to make a choice. However, at the end of the day, they're extremely satisfied with the choices that they've made. We also asked them, what's adding to your stress? And grades was the first words out of their mouths. And that triangulates very well. That backs up and supports the challenge success data that we've seen that we'll be visiting in the next slide as well. But it really helps to triangulate the data and give some more narrative to how our students are feeling. And I said, okay, let's dig in a little deeper on that. Grades. Where is that pressure coming from? Is it coming from you? Is it coming from your family? Is it coming from your teachers? What's generating that stress for you? And they were like, no, I put it on myself. That stress is something that I caused for myself because I feel that there's competition. And I said, well, who makes you feel competitive? And they said, we just do it to each other. Like, this is just how it is. We're just competitive with each other. So there is that stress there, unfortunately. And that's something that I don't, we have to keep exploring, like, how do we take that systemic stress of competition out of the equation for our kids? How can we help them overcome that? That pressure is personal and it is subjective to every student. And I did also look at other school districts and see like what is stressing out your students. And most schools that got back to me said it's perceived workload is a big stressor for our students. Here at our high school, I'm proud to say that we maintain an academic calendar from start to finish of the school year so that all the teachers in AP and IB know what's happening every day, year in, year out. At the beginning of the year, I collect all the major deadlines from the teachers, and then we have that live calendar throughout the whole school year so that we do really try to not have so many overlaps and obstacles for students at the same time. And when I start to see, oh, we're getting a pile on here, then I go to the teachers and we talk about that. So that is part of our practice. We don't always do it perfectly, but it is something that we've certainly improved upon over the past few years. The next slide is going to be from Mr. Doherty about the challenge success data.
Hi, thanks, Carrie. And I feel like we just kind of had some of this conversation. I think one of the trustees referenced this data already, but as you're aware, we administered the challenge success survey in March of 2021 to students in grades 6 through 12. For the purpose of this conversation, this is just the high school data. A question had come up previously from the board about kind of what is causing stress for our students, and we thought it was important to reference this data again. And it's already been talked about for the general population. 1, 2, and 3 were number 1 was grades, tests, quizzes, finals, and other assessments at 68%. Number 2 was the overall workload and homework at 65%. And number 3 was a lack of sleep at 49%. And you can see how they all kind of lump together in terms of cause and effect. And if you're questioning lack of sleep, our average sleep per student was 6.3 hours per night, just in case that question comes up. And then one of the advantages of the challenge success data was you can filter by a number of different factors. But for the purpose of this conversation, we filtered by students in 4 or more college level courses, which would be a lot of our students taking multiple AP or IB courses. And the results are somewhat similar. 1 and 2 are actually both 73%. So they're both 1, but the overall workload and homework, grades, tests, quizzes, finals, and other assessments. And then 3 and 4 are both actually 57% as well, but procrastination or time management, which is interesting because it speaks to maybe we have some work to do on working with our students on executive functioning and having those conversations. And then college and university admissions. So this was sort of mid-range for the general population, but when we filtered by 4 or more college level courses, it jumped up to be in the top 3. And I think it speaks to what Dr. Titone was referencing before, where students, understand what they may need to do to get into higher level colleges, and then place a lot of pressure on themselves in terms of competing with one another to do what they perceive they need to do to get into college, which is something that exists in every school. My previous school, we were full AP, and this would probably look the same, I would think. And our top level students are competing against one another and putting pressure on themselves and overscheduling themselves. And a lot of them do it to themselves, and counselors try to talk them out of it. So, this does happen in other schools. And then the last factor was lack of sleep again. So you can see there's definitely crossover between the top, between those first 2 sections. And then one of the advantages of challenge success, which the Bach-Harrison doesn't do, is we ask students, well, what would be helpful to you? What would help reduce stress? And they said, reduced homework load at 71.5%, no homework on weekends or over breaks at 68%, have teachers coordinate due dates for major assignments and assessments. Dr. Titone just referenced that work is already happening in her world. And then create more time for students to work on projects and assignments in school. And, having this review and meeting with Dr. Titone, Mr. Contreras, Dr. Z, and Dr. Dolan, really led to a more of a systemic conversation. And it goes back to the engagement conversation earlier about kind of what is the system doing that's adding pressure to our kids and adding stress, and how can we alleviate that? These conversations have come up on the committees that I'm on in terms of wellness. We talk about it often, and our SEL committee, it's really the focus of other things we can do to help our students, not feel as stressed. And we talked about it with the IB program in terms of some of the alignment conversations that Dr. Titone mentioned earlier, where sometimes students are forced to double up if they want in science, if they want to be an IB diploma candidate, and that adds stress for them. We have some solutions and ways to alleviate that one specific systemic added pressure. So, we definitely have some work to do, but it's important work. And those conversations had started prior to this conversation. I think this helped accelerate it, and we're looking forward to seeing how we can help our students moving forward.
Thank you, Dan.
I just want to add one thing, Carrie, because I had it written down and then I hadn't looked at my notes. I also want to just say, while I focused on students in 4 or more college level courses, we understand that stress exists for students at all academic spectrums. So this was just for the purpose of this conversation, specifically about AP and IB.
Thank you. I want to reiterate your point that we bring in a program like the IB diploma. We bring in courses through the College Board, and yes, we are beholden to certain regulations and requirements from them, but some of the things that we do are under local jurisdiction, and we can make some changes based on things that we had decided at the implementation of some of these programs and courses. So again, coming back to looking to reduce redundancies, reduce overlaps, reduce maybe seat time. Some of those things are things that we need to look at again so that we can reduce stress but not reduce quality. And the last slide is about dual enrollment. And so this one, Dr. Dolan.
Thanks, Carrie. And I did ask to speak to this slide because it's something that I've had some really good experiences with in a couple of venues, both as a principal who initiated a program way back in the 1990s with Adelphi, but also having worked at a college now, I've learned a little bit about the college transcript process, and I think that we have an opportunity here. And I assure you that I asked Dan and Carrie and especially Eric the question before I even thought about this, whether or not the schedule, the master schedule, which is super sensitive, could still stand the weight of some layering on, if you will. And we agreed that there's opportunity still for North Shore High School to explore additional dual enrollment, not by adding alone, but by replacing. That is, we do business with a number of colleges, and you can see them there: Malloy, Adelphi, Syracuse. I'm not going to mention the last one just yet, but I think there's an opportunity to create a chance for our kids to do what I'm almost going to think about as a semester in residence at North Shore High School and take that off with them. Something I learned when I was at Nassau is that there's a process at the State University of New York called seamless transfer, which means that if you earn a credit, if you earn walk away with a transcript from any SUNY school, it must be accepted by any other SUNY school. So if we were to engage with Stony Brook, maybe Old Westbury, maybe Nassau, which is trying to develop a dual credit program, and that was something, in fact, I worked on last year with Nassau. If we could develop a program with them, the fact is that almost 30% of our kids attend a SUNY school. So if 30% of our kids attend a SUNY school, and we could build stronger relationships with SUNY schools, there's the possibility with 5 or 6 courses over the course of 2 years that our students could walk away having completed 1/8 of their college experience, their undergraduate college experience. So one third of our kids could complete 1/8 of their college experience simply by partnering with Stony Brook, Nassau, and Old Westbury. We've already done some work on that. The pre-engineering course that you see mentioned, I thank Amy DiMiola, who has already taken up this challenge and has done some great work with Stony Brook University. And that one's in place for next year. That's a brand new course, the pre-engineering one. The introduction to film we've had before. And even today in our conversations, we talked about taking some of these other courses and looking to see what Stony Brook could offer. So I think that it would behoove us to think about layering with AP and IB, and it can absolutely bear the weight because we're already doing it, some additional SUNY courses that would benefit parents and kids in a very special way. And the stronger relationship with SUNY would definitely serve more students and parents. There are some SUNY courses in development already because Stony Brook has an incredibly rich dual credit program. And we're looking at some courses in English literature, world languages, theater, and arts. And they offer them all already. As I said, there are a couple of other schools that we could look at as well, but Stony Brook seems to be leading the pack right now. So it might sound counterintuitive that right after or within striking distance of a slide on stress that we're talking about adding something, but it would not add any more than we already have. And if students knew that they were taking a course that prepared them for the future and meant less time at college, there might be a benefit to it that we haven't looked at yet. And just to reiterate one more time, it was the year that I was the interim president at Nassau that seamless transfer program came to fruition. And I can tell you it's now 4 or 5 years old and going strong. I don't see it going away. So I'd like to propose that as a part of our path forward as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dolan. This has certainly been a very thorough process, a very team-oriented process. So I want to thank all the directors and the principals for helping engage in this process, and especially Dr. Dolan and Dr. Zilionis for your support on this and partnership, because not all of our conversations were everything's perfect, let's just keep doing what we're doing. That was never something that we wanted to come back to this conversation tonight with. And we look forward to hearing your questions, comments, and seeing what's on your mind. So I will stop sharing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Titone. Thank you, Dr. Zublionis, Dan Doherty. Everyone's coming back onto my screen. We still have a long night ahead of us, so I'm not going to say another word. I'm going to turn it over to my fellow trustees who can offer their thoughts on this. Maria, please.
Just a very quick question. I'm wondering, since it pervades a lot of the presentation, what is the underlying rationale behind the assumption that students want to shorten their time in college? That what is the thinking? I just want to understand where that comes from. Is it purely financial? Is it something else?
I'll respond. I was the one that I think hinted at that. I think it is partly financial. That is, students do pay for these credits when they were in high school, but it means 1/8 less of a tuition bill once you head off to college. And I think if students, I don't have any data to support this at all, Maria, but I would think that if a student was taking a course in high school that they knew would be applied later on, the very idea of dual credit, you're earning credit for high school, you're also earning credit for college. I think it takes on an enhanced value, and that's purely, that's Dolan's theory, and not anything that I could support with any data or research.
Can I?
To that point, they can, Maria, if you have credits, you can sometimes apply as a transfer student. If you do a dual credit program, you complete your first year. My high school had it after I graduated. My husband had it at Chaminade. He did his first year of college and his last year of high school together. The other point is that if you go into college with credit, either through AP, IB, or through a dual enrollment, you sometimes get better housing. You certainly get earlier selection of courses. So you can pick better courses and have more opportunities. You get a higher bid than your other peers who may be freshmen. And later on in your career in college, you may still do the 4 years. My kids went in with credit, but still did the 4 years. Although they could have graduated early because they wanted to take other courses or more advanced courses, or my son double majored, things of that. That's just my parental experience.
Maria, were you asking, I think, more of the kind of the sort of the academic and, I guess, social emotional underpinnings of the decision?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I'm struggling with the idea. I see the value in it, and actually applaud Marianne's children for not shortening their time in college. I mean, we talk a lot about, again, the survey results and the sense that there are all these stressors, and that one of the slides talked about more time to do things, and yet a lot of our momentum seems to be just, pushing forward. To me, the sense that high school and college are, certainly in terms of a traditional liberal arts education, are exploratory times, right? I still, I question, are we pushing students to know what they want to do by 8th grade? These are incredibly precious years. I loved what Mrs. Wojcik said about the way kindergartners learn. They're squirming around, and from then on, it's almost our mission to get them to stop squirming, and to focus, and in the way that we as adults want them to focus, and removing that. I mean, I'm deliberately trying to bring a little bit more of a radical viewpoint here. We're removing that sense of whole body enjoyment of the educational process. And so, to me, if we're actively encouraging the shortening of the college career, I'm not sure it isn't actually a disservice. and I do come at this, my own personal experience. I shortened my high school career for reasons I can no longer justify. I wanted to get through high school in 3 years, and I managed to be able to do it. And boy, was it not a good decision. And then I got to college and I wasn't ready. And I took a year off in the middle of college just to take more time. And I'm lucky that I had the luxury to do that. But so, obviously some of this is coming from that, but I think that in the context of everything we're discussing, it's worth considering why we're doing it. I just, want to get a better sense of what the rationale is there.
I think it just offers kids an opportunity to choose. I too applaud Marianne's kids for deciding that they wanted to stay, or maybe it was because they had those extra credits that your son was able to double major, and that it was made, if not easier, more accessible to him. So I think we do well by kids when we give them choices. And if a kid got to college and got to say, you know what, I'm taking organic chemistry. This might be a good semester to take a course, to take one course less, so that I can pass organic. Trustee Galati's laughing. He knows what I'm talking about with organic chemistry. And so does Steve Mitchell. I see the smile, Steve. That might be a great time for a kid to say, wow, I could actually take one course less. And in terms of the specific courses that we'd be looking at, the ones that we chose, it's a broad range of courses. We're not asking kids to make a career choice as a junior in high school. Except to the degree that they can explore something and say, as some of us have done, wow, I didn't like that at all. So it's just about giving choices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Dolan, to add to that, I think we've spoken tonight about to know one North Shore child is to know one North Shore child. To your point about choices, I think it does different things for different kids. So for some kids who are in financial distress, and that's a reality for some kids, it means that they can go part-time and have a job or graduate early. For some kids that want to have a minor or another major, that it means that. For some kids that want to do, a lot of colleges will offer you a +1 master's. And if you come in with credits, and the data is overwhelming here, that something like over 25% of our kids go to SUNY. They will give you the dual enrolled class will give you the credit automatically by nature of the GPA, the grade in that class. Well, I went to SUNY Binghamton. At SUNY Binghamton, as we speak right now, they require a 3, 4, 5 to get college credit. They need a 7 or a 6 to get IB credit for the same classes. With a dual enrolled class, you get the credit, right? So for kids who may not necessarily want to do the multiple measures in IB or the high stakes 3-hour test in AP for the same seat. So I always say this is like the seat in that show The Voice. You press one button and it's AP, one press button, one, but it's IB, or a different button and you just want to make it dual enrollment. You don't want to do the other two. It might be that that's the button for you because you don't want to take the high stakes 3-hour test. You want to go on the course, the arc of the course, and let that be the grade. And I'll end with a personal anecdote. My kid used a number of those AP classes to take acting classes. She's in med school now. She didn't want to become an actor. This is not her goal, but she found joy in acting. It was therapeutic. It was a point of expression. She wouldn't have had that space in a pre-med program that's highly scripted had she not taken college level courses. So I think it means what it means for each child, and it offers an opportunity in different ways.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just add a clarifying point? Just if people aren't familiar with dual enrollment, one of the advantages of it is you layer it on top of existing courses. So it's not adding anything to the schedule. A student who's sitting in, let's say, a pre-calculus class would have an option to pay for the credit for that course or not. It doesn't change that much for the, on the student's end, and for the master schedule, it doesn't add more to it. We offer a lot already, so that's not the recommendation to add another track here. So
And how does that fee structure work though? The paying for the credit, is it at the rate that the college would normally charge?
No, it's
Much less.
significantly discounted. It depends on the school. Carrie, were you going to jump in with exact numbers? Because I don't.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Stony Brook is $300 for 3 credits. And I was just about to pull up what the other ones are because we were looking at Albany. We currently work with Adelphi, Malloy, and
Syracuse.
thank you. Let me just tell you real quick.
Yeah, and the
before I
range
go
is really,
into
I think Syracuse might have been 450, SUNY's
Mhm.
300. It's somewhere between 300, 500.
For those of you that have recently had children in college, you know that 300 for 3
Tiny
credits
fraction, yeah.
is
Two books.
So Albany's 160, and then that's the lowest, and the highest is 450 at Syracuse. But the major one that we were looking at is Stony Brook for the SUNY credits, and that's 300.
Okay.
Andrea?
I have a little bit of a unique perspective because I am a full-time professor and I actually was a mentor to a high school who was doing this dual credit program. And there are lots of financial benefits for students who choose to participate in these programs, but I just want to give sort of the other perspective. The colleges love offering this and they love high schools who participate because they make an enormous amount of money from the high school students without providing any professors. It doesn't take up any resources in terms of space at the school. So there is a real benefit for the college who's always looking to bring in tuition money for these programs. And not all programs are created equal. We really should be looking at the schools which are offering mentorship programs to the teachers who are offering those classes. So I think if we go forward with something like this, I think, you know, the financial benefit is really great. But I think we shouldn't be under the delusion that it's the same as taking a college class with a professor who has a PhD in that topic. It is really a different experience from what I've seen mentoring teachers who are offering dual enrollment classes. And if the experience is not the same, what happens is when they get to college, the student might skip those 101 classes, go into a higher level class, and they don't necessarily have the solid foundation that one would have if they had taken the 101 at the college. So that's just a little bit of a different perspective.
Thank you. Other trustee thoughts about this? Rich, please.
Yeah, I think, Dan, you answered part of this, but I was going to ask about the dual enrollment courses as standalones, as opposed to, you know, one of my major issues with our APIB situation is the idea of co-seating courses. I personally don't like it. I think it's either an AP course or an IP course, and I don't like putting them together. And the dual enrollment courses, are they co-seated as well? You said now you can be in a regular class and just do extra work to get the credit. Is that what, did I hear you correctly?
It's not so much extra work. So we currently have a number of courses that are dual enrolled. So currently our statistics class is dual enrolled with, I want to say Malloy. Amy can correct me if I'm wrong. And pre-calculus is also dual enrolled. And they're from the college's end, and directors, please jump in if I misspeak on anything. The college has to vet the teacher. So they will look at the teacher's resume. Are they qualified to teach the course? There's training involved. And then once all that happens on the college's end, the students can select to sign up to pay for the college credit or not. It doesn't necessarily change the course load for that student, but there are parameters that the course has to meet from the college's end in terms of the syllabus and things like that. We do have one standalone dual enrollment class, and that is SUPA Forensics, which is through Syracuse University. But that's the only one that I'm aware of that is a standalone dual enrollment course.
So
We have
basically,
EGL 182, the film class also.
Ah, yes.
so basically, the course is designed around what the college is looking for, and the student has the option whether or not to get the credit based upon paying for the course. Is that correct, or is that still not correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could just jump in on that. We've had the pre-calculus and the calculus and the statistics courses dual enrolled for a few years now. And in order to begin the relationship, we have to, as Dan described, not only have the teachers vetted through their resumes and their transcripts and everything, but we would share our curriculum maps and our syllabi, and they would do likewise with us. They would share their detailed course descriptions. And before we even try to engage, we try to make sure that it's a match, because we've already established what we prefer to be offering and the course content that we prefer to have. And if it's too big of a gap, it may not be a match. So as long as it is, the college will approve it. Or tell us that, you know, there's this one topic that your course doesn't cover. Is it feasible for you to include that? And then we'll weigh it out. But it does go through a process. And then in some cases, the university will come visit and observe a class before approving. And in other cases, the observations take place once the relationship is underway, periodically, to ensure quality and the rigor that the university expects.
And they may or may not require training as well over the summer, or pre-onboarding that teacher before they are permitted to teach the course.
Correct. And to date, especially with Stony Brook, I found the two of the courses, one that's been approved already and one that's on its way to being approved, have already had really ongoing relationships with the professors. I've had a teacher actually go out and visit Stony Brook and see some student performance tasks in action. And I've had another professor's had multiple Zoom meetings with our prospective teacher for next year. So there's a really rich, they seem particularly invested in rich mentoring relationships.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the Stony Brook connection. We've had EGL 194, Introduction to Film. This is our second year. Stony Brook, as Carrie said, they do require resumes from our teachers, as well as a list of their graduate English literature classes. So they do vet our teachers. They also send us a syllabi, and we send one back to them. Most of our AP Lit class and our IB Langen Lit class already really aligns with, we're looking at EGL 192 now, which is fiction. And our courses already align with it. It's just a matter of getting it into one semester, the literature aspect, as opposed to the nonfiction part, putting it into one semester. So the curriculum is really aligned and already there. Stony Brook does have training over the summer, and the teacher that went for film said it was the most rigorous, interesting PD with really sharing and collaboration of best practices. And to reiterate what Amy says, we are actually attending a Zoom current dual enrollment at Stony Brook ACE program and future in February. So it's really a nice partnership.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Other trustee feedback? Is there, oh, Lisa, please.
Is it okay if I move on to the larger presentation, or are we still talking about?
No, you can, no, you're
Okay.
there. And Marianne, I saw you're next. So Lisa, go where you want to go. And
Okay.
I had the same question as Lisa, so I'm glad you asked.
Okay. So I just want to say that it's obvious that the administration listened to our questions at the Board of Ed meeting on December 16th and our concerns. And, I really feel like, we got a very thoughtful presentation. You obviously weighed the pros and cons of keeping both AP and IB, eliminating one or the other. And I just want to thank you for that. I think that was, extremely helpful. To me, it looks like whether students are getting the IB diploma or not, we have hundreds of students benefiting from the IB classes. And, it from the presentation, from what I'm hearing and seeing, it does seem like an excellent program that we're offering. And I do think that student choice, just like we're talking about the seamless transfer, student choice is so important at North Shore. And, I really feel like we need to continue offering that, just like we offer, remediation when it's necessary. We should be offering high level and extremely challenging classes when students want them. So I just want to, thank you for that and offer my support for it.
Thank you, Trustee Kolosoba. Trustee Russo, please.
Okay, so yeah, I would really defer to Rich on some of this because he did write the curriculum for IB Physics and he taught AP Chemistry, AP Physics on the STEM end. So we're talking about resources, and I did get the enrollment figures last year, and there are quite a number of courses in IB where there are very few students enrolled. In some instances, 1, in some instances 6 or 7 in various years. And you're really required to run those courses for the students who want to be IB diploma candidates. Personally, with respect to some of these classes, the curriculum aligned in some instances, and with the AP and the curriculum did not align with in some instances. So if you're taking IB Biology 1, that's essentially the same AP curriculum that they had before with this layering of IB. And then you'll note, if you look at your enrollment figures, that you have a significant drop off from the number of students after their first year of IB Biology HL. They don't go on to the second year. And the same thing with physics. You'll have a high enrollment in the first year of IB Physics, and they won't do the second year. And that is, I think, essentially based upon the AP curriculum as well, because really what the kids want is the AP curriculum and the AP credit. The History of the Americas curriculum did not align with the AP curriculum for American history. And I know it didn't align the first year at all because I had a child in it. And I know there were changes made to it because the scores were abysmal, but it still doesn't really align with your AP American history curriculum. So in some cases, the curriculum aligns, in some cases it doesn't align. I didn't find that the curriculum aligned with the IB language and literature with the AP curriculum either. The literature, the books aren't even the same. So I don't think it's the same experience. And quite frankly, I think my daughter was well prepared as an AP scholar with AP Comp, AP Euro, AP American History, AP Language and Literature. I mean, you're not just prepared with IB. I think there are different dimensions to IB than AP. And I think for a liberal arts program, it's fine. I think where it really changes is when you're talking about the STEM program. You offer IB math. This was a question someone asked me in their 11th grade. There are 2 different kinds of IB math, and then you switch over to the AP curriculum. You don't continue with the IB curriculum. So what you're really doing is we're serving 2 gods rather than really doing one program really well. And it's costing us money because at the end of the day, in opportunities, teachers for other students Because if you're running a class with 6 or 7 kids because you have to, or in some cases, one student, that teacher is not available for the other 28 students who may be in that class, or 26 students, or 25 students who may be in that class. So I didn't find the data that we got. We didn't really look at enrollment data. The historical data on the exams was really median score. So you did give 1 year where there was, the individualized scores. I also want to point out that I don't believe that we gave the external, IB gave the external exams for the past 2 years. So we don't really have as accurate measure of success as we would. Also, we count as credit as passing a 4 in the IB. There was not one single college that my children applied to that would take a 4 for college credit. So I am concerned about the impact on the STEM program by keeping IB. And having these students taking a second year or something they may or may not be interested in order to complete the IB program, about not having enough opportunities for STEM and missing out. I'm also concerned about the fact that in order to get college credit, the IB program, you really have to take the HL, which is 1 exam on 2 years. I think there are more opportunities for kids if they take an AP exam, 1 year, they'll get the 3 credits, and then another year, kids mature, they change, some parts are better than others for them. So for me, when we're talking about how we have to save money for a rainy day, but we're running classes with 1 kid in it, 2 kids, 7 kids, 3 kids, I think that's something we're going to have to look at very carefully moving forward when we may not have the financial flexibility to do that. So if it were me, if the focus is on STEM, I think either curriculum prepares you in the liberal arts. But I think if you're looking at a purely STEM curriculum, I would say that AP, I think, or even a dual enrollment program would be a better option, but I'll defer to Rich. He might have more insight since he taught it and wrote it.
If it's all right for me to speak. I agree with what Marianne had to say. I find that, and again, particularly for the sciences, I found that the introduction of the IB program became very limiting to many of our students, particularly those who are interested in doing a science-based career, because of the necessity to do HL. And what ultimately happened was we had a really strong, I would say an outstanding AP program in the sciences, in chemistry, physics, and biology. And what happened with the onset of IB was the chemistry piece of it sort of got taken out of the equation, because by co-seating that course, which was done prior to this year, the scores plummeted and the enrollments plummeted. And it wasn't an issue of the teacher, because it was the same teacher who is an amazingly gifted instructor. He's phenomenal. But the results, because of the co-seating, really were telling. And as a result, kids weren't enrolling in the class, interest was waning. And so what happened this year is we don't offer it as an IB course anymore. Now it's just an AP course. But in order to do that, we're offering AP chemistry to sophomores who've never taken chemistry before. I do we have kids that can do that and function? We have a handful, but if you talk about stress and being concerned about the emotional well-being of those kids, there are kids in that class that, are not really equipped to do that work at this point in their life. So I think it was a nice attempt to try and broaden the net for our kids to be able to take more. But ultimately, I don't think it was really in the best interest of the kids. And I think it was done solely to foster the IB program. And again, I could be wrong, but that's the way, that was my perception of it. So I think that it's a nice idea on paper to maintain both AP and IB, but the practicality of it, I think, really is difficult and nearly impossible in a small school like ours. I mean, can it be done? Yeah, it can be done, but at what cost? Financially, emotionally. And I think that what we really need to do is we need to take a long, hard look at what it is we ultimately want and make a decision. And I think right now, doing both in certain areas may be fine, but I can tell you from my own experience in science, I don't think it's the best interest in the students' best interest. I really do not, and so there's not going to be a perfect solution to anything. And I know we want to try and maintain exceptional programs for our kids. We want to give lots of offerings, but again, we have to step back a little bit and say, at what cost are we doing this? Because
sorry. No, please continue.
That's
my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, Rich. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's I said enough.
Hold, Sarah. I see Sarah's hand up, but I did also want to ask just Tom and Chris to talk a little bit about what those one-person class. I think when people hear one class, that could be concerning. The one student per class. We got a full enrollment for all of these.
That was my question. Thank you, Dave.
And I haven't. I prepare for these meetings because I'm not going to have the recall, so I have all my windows open, which is why I get a little slow sometimes, but I did have all the enrollment numbers open, and I see all of those. And certainly there are some classes like that, and there's some in AP, and certainly the science research has very small numbers. But Chris, if you could tell us a little bit about what those one-person classes look like, just so people understand that better. And then I guess as a follow-up also, I'd like to, because Rich's experience is so valuable in knowing, what it actually is to be in those classes. But I'd like to hear how the administration, because I know one of the big recommendations is to try to remedy that issue, a lot of those issues that Rich had brought up. So those are two areas I guess I'd like to hear from the administration to kind of.
I just want to point out, I was talking about historical data. I have the historical data going back on enrollment, not just the current enrollment data.
Okay, thank you. Chris?
Yeah, I just want to say genuinely thank you for those comments. I think if I could just say a word, I don't want to speak out of turn, Mr. Michel, but about science. I think what Trustee Galati is saying about science, we have recognized in this study, and that is an area we're going to take a hard look. Mr. Michel is going to work with his faculty. We're going to work as an administration together to really see what we can do there. We need to address issues there. In terms of some of those singletons, that is an issue too, I think. And it's exactly what Trustee Galati said. When you have a lot of programming in a small high school and you don't have economies of scale, like you might in a Half Hollow Hills or a Syosset where you have 3 times the population, that is a result of, to the benefit of offering students a lot of choice. So those are the two things we're trying to navigate between. Now, Dr. Titone and Mr. Doherty can maybe help me out, because there are different situations where the singletons pop up and they are co-seated with courses. So in Infinite Campus, when you look, it says 1, but it's actually within the same course. We see that in world languages. We see that in the arts. Carrie, do you want to add on to that?
I was just gonna say, I know like IB Theater, IB French can have low numbers, and what we'll do to be able to support all the students is co-seat with like IB Theater. We put students in level 1 in year 1 and year 2 in the same course, and the course is taught on a cycle. So for example, this year, the school will be taught on curriculum A, and the next year will be curriculum B. And so some students will get AB and some will get BA, but either way, every student will be in the course with juniors and seniors, and trying to put together a larger class size when you have those low interest numbers. Same thing with IB Visual Art. Same thing has happened in French as well. In the languages, we'll usually put like a conversation class together with the ID if we don't have the numbers to run 2 separate sections.
I don't want to underestimate the cause of offering both AP and IB as the cause of it, but I think if we offered neither, even let's say we just offered dual enrollment, which you wouldn't do, but the fact that we're a small high school and we offer choice to students, the complexity of scheduling, I wish Miss Imperial's still here. I won't ask her to talk to it, but she's done a masterful job of that for years. That does lead you sometimes in a small high school with small classes. Now, I do think AP and IB does magnify that because you're putting more pressure on it. But I think, there are issues with STEM and science sequencing and math sequencing that are non-AP IB issues. Like even if, we went one way or another, we would still have issues we'd have to solve outside of this whole discussion.
Yeah. Is it okay if I speak a little bit?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Don't be silly.
I just didn't know where your square was. Definitely yes. And then I said Dan up next.
Thanks. I'll be brief. Thank you all for all your comments, and Rich, specifically to Marion and Rich with regard to STEM. I mean, you're right. STEM is a unique situation. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that, it's different disciplines between earth science, chemistry, physics, bio. Colleges want to see students that have been exposed to all of those disciplines. We want to I know we've had situations in the past where, you have a really highly successful student that, had trouble taking a physics class because, of the other courses that they had kind of pigeonholed themselves into. I think the original sin that we need to address really is the need we currently have of doubling up in 11th and 12th grade to achieve, especially for students that want the IB diploma or just want the exposure to those classes, mixed in with the ability to take all of the different disciplines. It really is a roadblock that needs to be addressed. I think, part of the reason that I think we saw the numbers go down in college level chemistry, whether we call it IB or AP, is because of that doubling up factor as well. When a student in 11th or 12th grade, if they're taking a physics and a bio, then they're not going to add college level chemistry to that mix as well. So I think that definitely played a role in bringing those numbers down. Whether or not the sophomore AP experiment is going to work, we'll know more at the end of the year. I know Seth Klein is optimistic, but I agree. It is stressful on the students, and we tried to design something that would work for them. So let's say the jury's still out on that, hopefully. But I think the first thing we need to address is really how do we, limit that need to double up, and I'm not prepared tonight. Certainly I want to speak to my teachers and really get their input. They're the experts on this. So I'm not prepared to list out granular ideas, but I do really believe that there are ways we can do it. Talking to Chris today, I kind of likened it to the scene in Apollo 13 where they threw everything on the table and tried to figure out how to scrub the CO2 out of the capsule, right? There's a lot of moving parts here, and there's a lot of things we can do. And I do really feel confident that we will have the ability to lighten that stress, to kind of get rid of the need for doubling up while still giving our students the opportunity to take all levels of science.
Can I just give a little historical information on like why there was that feel of a need to double up? When we became an IB school, a student.
Harry, can I just
students-
ask you really quickly before you, just because people may be watching this and they may have kids in elementary level, can you just explain what the doubling up looks like for those, for anyone?
Sure. So to be an IB diploma candidate, a student needs 6 classes across 6 disciplines. 3 of them have to be higher level, 3 of them have to be standard level. You could go to 4 higher level if you'd like to. So the students choose all 6 subject areas: English, world language, history, math, science, and the arts. And so students that may not want to pursue the arts could take 2 science classes. But even when a student is doing 6 classes, when we became an IB school, all of our students were doing IB English at the higher level, IB history at the higher level, and the majority of them were taking IB biology at the higher level. And so when the student takes a higher level class, that means it's going over 2 years. It has to take 2 years in duration to take that advanced level class. So what was happening was students were locked into biology as a junior and a senior. And then their other 3 classes being world languages, the arts and math, had a little more flexibility, and those were being taught at the standard level. In the past 6 years, what we've seen is our students are going on to very competitive colleges. Our students are going on to become engineers, and they need physics on their transcript. And there is no denying that. And so what's been happening is a student goes in 10th grade, builds their schedule with their counselor, and they're like, yeah, I have some exposure to bio. Let me go take bio at the higher level because I think I'll be pretty good there. And then they get to junior year and they say, uh-oh, I need physics. And so if they still want to be a diploma candidate at that point, now they're going to have to continue in biology for that second year to get their higher level out of that science class, which it could be in any subject area. It's just always historically been biology for our kids. And so what happens is now they have to take biology, and then they have to double up and take another science, being physics, so that they can get what they need for graduation. So the students don't have to take that higher level in science, but when we became an IB school, that is historically what happened. And so that's why students weren't getting that full sequence of earth science, chemistry, biophysics, or vice versa at the end there. So that's what we need to go back and take a look at to see how can we restructure this and talk to the teachers to see what can we do to get all of those sciences in the sequence, or build it so that a student doesn't have to take an advanced level biology and chemistry and physics all in the same year, because that is stressful. That is, in the past few years, what I've heard from students, the most rigorous pathway through the diploma. And it takes up 3 periods in their day, and we need to really go back and look at that.
Thank you. Dan, did I,
Steve and Carrie kind of covered what I was going to say, but
okay,
thank you.
no problem, no problem. Thank you. We'll go back to trustees. Marianne?
I just want to follow up on that. So there were students who couldn't even fit physics in their schedule, and they had to do it on the side, and then they were not prepared for the engineering program. And then when you look at the numbers, right? So you have students like 86, 92, 60 in HL1, and then for HL2 for biology, they go down to 13, 12, 25, and then you have a even greater drop off when you look at the physics numbers. So the question really is, your vast majority of the students are not, who take the first level, really aren't necessarily invested in the second level, right? They're doing it because they have to get the IB diploma. So would we better serve those students who wanted a research component, putting them in a science research program and offering more AP math and more AP science opportunities for them so that they would have that opportunity? It just feels to me, having had both children, one go through AP and one go through when we implemented IB, not an IB diploma candidate, that AP gives, if you're talking about student choice, AP gives a student more choices because it's a more cafeteria style curriculum that you can pick and choose where your strengths are, and you're not forced into this formula with these with extra classes like theory of knowledge. And quite frankly, when our kids went through, you have the cast, but kids were already doing those projects and those community hours. I'm just, I don't know how you're going to fix the problem that you're seeing in the sciences in the context of the program, where if you want to be an IB diploma candidate, you have to have those 2 years of science, and it really isn't suited for a student who is going into the STEM field. I don't know how you fix it.
One of the ways that we can change it would be to make a 1-year science class. Right now, we offer IB environmental, and that's a 1-year science class. Computer science is one of the IBs that we offer as well. But biology, physics, computer science are 2 years. So that's what we need to go back and look at to see how can we make this happen in 1 year so that a student could take a full sequence if they wanted to.
The computer sciences do not have a lot of students in it. 4, 10, 2, 5. That's not that the computer. That's not going to solve the problem here. It's just not.
So there's a tension between, and I think that I find benefits and faults with both programs, just to put that out there. I like I've said before, I ran, I think, the largest AP program in the state in my previous school. And I can tell you there's good things, there's bad things of being in all AP school. Quickly, one of the things that I still to this day dwell on is that the AP exams begin on May 2nd, and you lose 8 weeks of instruction. And I have 2 children that have gone to bed at 2 a.m. for 2 years, 1, 12, because they cram and it's a race. I taught AP US history. They're wonderful courses, but that's an aside. So I want to talk about but there's also benefits to that. So there's 2 sides to that coin, both AP and non-IB. But the tension I think that I'm hearing in science is that in high school, there's a tension between exploration and specialization. So there are kids that know they want to go to Georgia Tech. And by the way, our Georgia Tech numbers per capita are as good as my previous building, which amazing. They know that. There are kids that are like, I don't know if I want to be an engineer. I don't want to be a doctor. So what they engage in doubling up. So for example, in an all AP program, in physics, which is an engineering track in AP, or an engineering track, no matter, so in AP, if you're in AP high school, there's Regents physics, there's AP1 physics that's algebra based, there's AP2 physics that's algebra based, and there's APC physics that's calc based. To go to an engineering school that's high, and I'm not saying why I went, I'm saying like, the Georgia Tech, the MIT, they are not looking at you unless you take AP Physics C. So that means that student is going in an AP only school is going to double up if they're exploring. Let's say that child doesn't know for sure. My son is an engineering kid. He took living environment bio in middle school in 8th grade and has not taken a bio course since because he knows he wants to be an engineer. So he took AP Physics, Regents Physics, AP Physics 1, AP Physics 2, and is now in AP Physics C. Had he been exploring like my daughter was, he would have doubled up at some point, either in 10th grade or in junior year, because the exploration, there's only 4 years of high school. So at some point he was going to have to explore. He chose not to not overwhelm himself with another exam, another AP exam. And I think that there's part of it is, can we have better conversations about saying, but it's hard because at 15, you don't know if you want to be an engineer or a doctor or an artist, or, kids are exploring. I think it's the exploration part. But if we were an AP only school, which to be quite frank, this is a true dilemma for me because I'm entering this space as someone that doesn't, the piece for me that sticks to me now is I've heard from kids, and for every kid that says, keep one program, I have another kid that says, keep this program. I'm actually basing this on what I'm hearing from children. So for this time being, and what I think in an AP track, and by the way, APC would have 7 kids in it. because very few kids want to take APC because they take Regents Physics, AP1 Physics, which is recommended as a full year course. I'm sorry, AP1 Physics, full year course, AP2 Physics. You can do it as a combined course. It's a lot of work. And then they have to take AP Physics C combined with AP BC Calc to go to a top engineering school. Here's the dilemma. I think that we are caught in a space where we have a tension between allowing our kids to explore, which means they layer more, and between having our kids think you have to specialize. And then on top of that, we're layering the piece of you have to get a certain score on these tests. And I know the conversations, it's, 3 doesn't count, 4 doesn't count, 7 doesn't count. The reality is that in the top colleges, they don't even, I won't name schools. Some schools are moving to just say, thank you, we like them for admission, but we're not going to count them for credit. We're going to count them, we're not going to actually give you an actual course for it. State schools do. They start at 3. Top private schools don't. So, but I want to talk about the dilemma with science because I think that's the space that I'm in. So, and I have thoughts on math too. And so in science, I think the challenge is that we don't have an SL level course in physics, which would be Physics 1, AP Physics 1 or AP Physics 2. So I think part of the conversation is that something we want to do? And for the kid the kid who knows they want to be an engineer, do they have to sit in bio? These are conversations, and I don't want to take the space, Steve. I'm not the expert in science, but I do know that there's a really big tension between exploration and specialization. I do want to talk quickly about math. So if we were an AP only school, the math pathway, just so that parents at home that are in middle school or in elementary school understand, the math pathway would be geometry like we have now, followed by algebra 2 like we have now with IB, followed by pre-calc instead of IB, which is a non-college class, followed by AB or BC Calc for senior year. The pathway we have now is geometry 9th, algebra 2, IB college level class analysis or IB college level class application, followed by an AP college level class. So the current program actually gives the child 2 college classes to bank versus my child's experience that only got 1 college class to bank senior year for math. There's pros and cons on both sides, but I do think, I also don't want to diminish the points that Trustee Galati made, because I think that I have tremendous respect for him. And he knows that. And I would like to sit down at some point and talk about, are there fixes to the challenges in science, and generally talk about addressing it. But I will say that I'm basing my stance on this on what I've heard from children at this point in time. And I know there's a lot of factors to consider, but me, I'm talking to kids, I'm asking them, and I'm hearing that some kids benefit from one, some kids benefit from the other. It's a struggle to do both. The question I have, can we sustain both long-term? I think last point unrelated is, I think we need to do a better job at capturing real-time data after each course. I think we need to capture the feedback that kids have in real, we did survey now, but I think after each course, we should ask students for apples to apples, AP and IB, did this course prepare you do you think this course prepared you for college? What do you think worked about this course? Separate from, just the course itself. And I think we need to keep better data on that in real time so that we can make informed decisions on this. And, just remember, North Shore, sometimes we make every attempt to do what's best for each individual child. And I think that's part of the struggle we're facing right now. I think the fact that we're having this conversation about this is because we struggle in serving every child in this district. And that's something we should celebrate. I know sometimes we get into argumentative points over that in a good way, but we should celebrate that we're here arguing. How do we find a way to reconcile what I call franchises? And that's what I call them. AP is a franchise, IB is a franchise. How do we reconcile so that we're not one like we're trying to have this works for this child, this works for that child. Dual enrollment might work for another child. And we make every effort to do that. And I think the long-term question is that what we want to continue doing? I'm sorry, I'm long-winded with this. I just want to say I'm also very proud of our kids and our teachers. There's data that comes out every year on outcomes. And I know it's not glorious in every point, but there's dozens of high schools in Long Island. We're in the top dozen, I'm pretty sure, right? It's a long list, right? We're in the top dozen. We're not in the top 3. We're in the top, I would say in top 8, 9, I'm not sure, but I know we're in the top dozen. And we offer it to every child. Do you want to take the AP test? Other schools cull the list. They only give it to their top kids.
Eric, when you're saying the top of what?
As far as how there's different factors, but like outcomes, like how well they did, how many kids took a test in proportion to your enrollment. We probably are in the top dozen based on my conversation with other principals. What I don't ever want to become is a test factory. I've seen that side. It's not good for kids. And I don't know if I want to be number 1 on that list, by the way, because that means you devote all your energies to that end, to testing, whether it's one franchise or the other. But we do well, and we do arts, and we do sports. And I know that we have to figure out the right balance, but I'm hired. So that's the other thing to note. But I do think that I want to explain my position right now is that I'm hearing from kids, and kids are telling me, some kids are telling me this program works for me. Other kids are telling me this program works for me. I'm looking at the college outcomes in engineering and in STEM, and they're not hurting our kids. So if they were, I would take pause. But right now, and they may not be causal, right? Just putting that out there too. But right now, children are saying, I like this program, I like this program, and I'm seeing the outcomes are generally very positive for children when they go to STEM careers here. I think there's work to do in capturing data in real time so that we're not capturing data for the last 5 years when we have these conversations. And we need to get better at that. And we need to get better at figuring out, is there a way to ameliorate the science points with kids who want to both explore and then specialize? I'm sorry for the long-winded responses on multiple points.
No, I wanted to clarify when you said we struggle to serve every kid. I think what you mean is we don't struggle to do that. What we're doing is that is the struggle we choose to partake in.
Yes, correct. I stand correct. Yes, absolutely. And one that we should celebrate.
That's a defining characteristic of this district. That math sequencing is one that I think has plagued the New York educators, at least since I was in school. And the result for me, back in my experience, was that 11th grade, they stopped all of this and they offered a class run by the best class I ever took in high school, which was just basically the brainchild of a certain teacher in Syosset High School who taught a class called The Theory of Math. And we stopped with all of this. And we talked about Fibonacci sequencing and I mean, just explored the fun of math and got away from all of this and talked about the love of learning. And it's something that is a long time ago, but I still very much remember because that was something that caught me at the time. I also want to mention for anyone watching this, there is a humanities element to our academic program. We're spending a lot of time talking about science and math. We haven't really talked about the humanities, social studies, English, writing, language, and the other elements of this that I think are important. I wanted to, and I also know it's not early, so I wanted to give trustees a chance to come with any final thoughts. I had a couple thoughts I wanted to share, and then we'll turn it back over to the administration. Is everyone okay? I'll go Sarah and then Maria and then Andrea. Okay.
Thanks, Dave. First of all, I think Eric Contreras is always a hard act to follow. So I regret my position here in the evening. Thank you for that description. It was really terrific. And I think your call for data is always very welcome here. I was going to go back to sort of the pre-STEM conversation because I wanted to say first that I just really appreciated the work that the administrators were putting into the scheduling so that we could accommodate like the courses that students want and need, even when they're in these very small numbers. And when you look at the course listings, it might look like we have some very tiny classes, but the data we saw in December said that the average class size for an IB class was the same as the average class size for a non-IB class. And so I can only thank the administrators for their efforts to pull that off and to maintain that equity across class sizes while still trying to meet these individual student needs. I think that's a huge accomplishment. The other thing that I wanted to ask about, I guess, is that given that the quality of our IB courses is obviously very high and the participation rate in IB classes is quite high for classes that are this rigorous and thoughtful. Our students do well on the exams there, they're doing well in college admissions, but we've also seen the data that says that we've talked about a lot here, that the workload's a concern. So I'm sort of curious about what you think about how important it is for kids to pursue an IB diploma per se, which obviously incorporates some extra work elements, the CAS and the writing project versus just participating in a well thought out, rigorous course load that's just most appropriate to that student, whether it involves culminating in the actual diploma or not.
So I'm going to add something quickly on this because when I look at the numbers, right, we have very low numbers of kids that get the full diploma. Everyone knows that. But when you look at the numbers, as we speak right now.
Hold on, not that get the diploma, that go for the diploma, because we've had 100% for the past.
They get it,
years.
right? That go for it. But
Okay.
as we talk right now, there are
huge gap. Yeah.
There are 334 kids who are going to take 571 exams for AP, plus there are 182 kids that are going to take 312 IB exams in June. We should be proud of that because that means we're bringing this to the middle, which a lot of schools don't. They give this just to the very top, right? I will give you a very unpolitical answer here because I actually think some of you have had seniors very recent. I have a senior now. I've spoken off record to some people in the admissions. Ultimately, what matters is not the full package, but the individual pieces that speak to a narrative where you want to go. So if you take a pathway for physics and calculus and robotics, and you were on a competition and that narrative, your transcript narrative has to speak to your internal narrative. And that's what sells to the college, not capstone, not full IP diploma. And I'm sorry, I know that's not what I think that it's the narrative that you create, and we're creating that narrative because 334 kids taking 571 and 182 kids taking 312 classes. We just have to make sure that they're building their narratives. Is it great if we were all IP? Is it great that they get capstone? Yes, but that means they have to also take seminar class and a research class, which eats up bandwidth. At what price? Some kids think it's worth it, some don't. But I think it's like the buffet bar. If you try to put everything to get sometimes you have to figure out what's the right diet and meal for you to your narrative, because ultimately you have to tell the college, take me because I have this internal desire to do this, and this is the narrative I've created, separate and apart from the thing that you put over it, whether it's capstone or full IB. Not to diminish the kids who do capstone or full IB, but I do think that we are actually doing a lot of work in supporting kids creating those narratives. And to me, that's a better indicator of serving kids than if we were all AP, how many capstone or how many IB full diploma. Would I like to have more IB full diploma? Yes, but not if it means that I diminish the narrative of a kid. And that's my real unpolitical answer on this. And I want to just be very, I feel like I'm amongst friends now here at, time I've been at North Shore, but I don't think that necessarily should be our drive. Our drive should be like, what's the narrative you want to create because that's the passion you have? And then what's the collection of classes and experiences that will speak to that desire so that we can support that narrative and that roadmap for you.
Thank you. I thank you for the clarity on that. I really appreciate it.
Maria?
If I could jump in too, Eric, well said. And I think a lot of that is the work of the counselors and the conversations they have with students as they're building their schedules and, their college meetings. A lot of you have been in them with my team, and, they're 2 periods long, 2 hours, and they're really having heartfelt conversations about what is your goal after high school and what do you need to do to get there. And if that includes the IB diploma, great, they'll be fully supportive of that, but it may not, and it may require a different path. And everything Eric said about the college admissions process and how they read transcripts, like they're trying to build a diverse class that includes musicians, athletes, thespians, IB diploma, AP capstone, and kids who didn't do that. And if they're doing a STEM field, there's certain courses that that have been referenced in this meeting that they're looking for. So it speaks to North Shore's focus on an individualized path for students and how you get there. And I think some of that speaks to our recommendation of keeping both, where we want to provide a student who wants to do the IB diploma, because I sat in the focus groups with Eric and Carrie, and those students were really proud of their achievement by earning the IB diploma and walked out and said, please don't get rid of this. And to me, that was like an eye-opening experience of like, wow, like this is meaningful for them. Like they really felt value in this. And we also had a student in there who didn't go that path and said, you know what, I really preferred AP and here's why. And I left thinking like, this really speaks to North Shore's values of trying to meet the needs of all students. And that includes, special ed and, and our middle too, which we talked about earlier tonight. So, I do think that, it kind of speaks to our values.
Thank you. Maria, did you?
Yes, I will really try to be very brief. You asked for final thoughts, and I just wanted to say that I am absolutely comfortable with the recommendations I've heard tonight. I am convinced that the right people are doing the right jobs, that you are all asking the right questions. You're listening to critical analyses from every direction. You're absorbing it, you're answering it, and you're going to figure it out. I have complete confidence in this process. I'm grateful that we have an opportunity to ask so many questions and to get educated, but I really respect your expertise in this. And I feel very, very comfortable with the recommendations I've heard. And thank you again.
Thanks a lot, Maria. Very, very well said. Andrea?
I'm glad that we're engaging in this. I guess sometimes I think we're really good at adding programs and maybe not as good at taking away programs. And I do worry, like big picture, that we sometimes invest in things in terms of finances and money and resources, and then we're committed to something and then we can't put our money, time, and resources into other programs. So I think we need to continue this conversation with other things that we've added to the district. I guess I do have one issue that I just wanted to raise. In the past, we've spoken about how the IB program is listed as the most rigorous program on the transcript. And we offer 9 points, right? In terms of the weighted average for both AP and IB programs. And I do worry that by offering both, we are penalizing students who on their transcript who do not get that distinction of the most rigorous program. Has the district considered offering the same distinction to the AP students as well as the IB students?
Well, Andrea, if I could jump in on the transcript piece, because that kind of comes out of my office. You know, we do indicate on the transcript that a student is an IB diploma, you know, candidate, but those transcripts go out in October of their senior year. And when a college is evaluating the transcript, they're looking course by course, year by year. And what a college deems the most rigorous program may be different than what IB deems the most rigorous program. So while we're putting that indication on the transcript, our students who haven't done the IB diploma have done really well in college admissions. So we haven't seen that hurting our kids to this point. And when we speak to colleges, some colleges speak to, we love seeing IB diploma on the transcript, and others say, you know, we like to see that students have taken AP courses, and they may want to see a student take AP Stat and you know, have that on there. So we haven't seen, in terms of college admissions data, that it's hurting students to not have the IB diploma. You know, we've seen a non-IB diploma candidate get into a school and an IB diploma candidate apply to the same school and not get in. So
I'm curious, what's the actual language, or am I mistaken? Does it say IB is the most rigorous?
no, it just says IB diploma candidate, and they haven't earned the diploma at that point yet. So that's all it says in the transcript if you're an IB.
And then on the school, I guess like don't we provide like a school summary or like a school
Profile.
Yeah, profile. Is that where it's saying IB is the most rigorous or no?
We have information about the diploma on there, but I don't dictate what's the most rigorous. A college does that individually by colleges.
The reality is you can have so two things just to clarify. It's all that we add weight +9 to every a la carte individual AP or IB class. So that +9 isn't just for diploma candidates in the IB program. So if you're one of the 334 kids taking, you know, those 500 plus exams, every one of those students is going to get a +9 weight for the AP individual course. And each of the 182 students is going to get a +9 for the individual IB class. And and just to remind people, we did a shift last year because we were only giving the +9 to the core courses, and then we switched it to give it to the arts courses also that were AP or IB. So I wouldn't, because I believe that the distinction is, did you create the most rigorous program, which could be AP or IB together for your track, your journey. So we don't valid the +9 is not only for IB, just to clarify, because that's really important for parents to understand at home. And just, you know, as I'm hearing some of the trustees say I just want everyone to know, I don't leave this meeting saying, let's celebrate. I leave this meeting with the heavy weight of what's the right thing by children. And it's what I leave school every day with. So there is I leave this meeting today to try to figure out, how do I continue to improve what we have? And how do we keep coming back to the conversation of, we should always ask, is this the best thing that we're doing based on the outcomes that we get? We should never settle for like, this is a decision. And this is the work that we must continue to do, because I carry the weight as principal, and as my colleagues do here as directors, and as Carrie does, and as all of us here, of making sure that we're doing right by our students, our teachers, our families. So when this meeting ends up, I'm going to drive home thinking, what do I need to continue to do for this program, if that is what the decision is as we move forward. But sorry, they both get the weights. They both get +9, and for parents at home, the honors all get +6.
Thank you.
I think I don't see any other hands. I'm just going to offer some other thoughts, and I'll hand it over to Tom, and then we will we'll proceed with our the rest of our meeting. And my comments are about this discussion we've had, both the one on December 16th and the one we've had tonight. But I think it's also important to recognize that there is a lot of interest in this program in the community. I was certainly aware and pleased to see so many people in our community having a conversation about curriculum. It was actually a thing that we do in our schools and we focus on, and it's about teaching and our students and our kids. And even though we don't necessarily agree within the community, because what community does, we were discussing something that was in the right arena. That said, I also know there's a lot of questions out there that abound. So I thought it was maybe helpful to summarize a few things that I got from this, which were from the data. Everybody has their own experience. I have my own experience. I remember the credits I got, and I remember being a college admissions officer and how I looked at transcripts, but that's only one student and that's only one college admissions officer. And the work the administration did, Dr. Titone, thank you, and the whole team, but in culling all that information, a couple dozen schools, 15 of which I believe were willing to put their names out there, current students, recent graduates, we got all that data. So collectively, each individual experience does become the data that informs our decision. And I thought that was important. And I think it's important to let people know in the community that's the basis for this recommendation. I thought student voice was very well brought into the process, extremely important, critical. The cost we have talked about a lot. I think it's also important. I saw people commenting, well, it's millions of dollars on this. We're not talking about millions of dollars in this program. The programs had their initial costs, but going forward, we're talking about, I don't know, one of the questions we had asked is if we had specific professional development numbers of the last few years. That was one question I did not get a chance to ask. Did we get that?
Yes, we have that.
Okay.
I can just go through that quickly.
Yeah, I was just curious because I know that there's a lot. It's discussed that, and I think professional development, there's certainly a cost to it. But I think anyone who's watched our meetings knows that there's been a lot of defenders of it too, and there's a lot of benefits to it. And this conversation we have in the community about, oh, it's professional development, or the IB program maybe only helps, a certain segment of people. I think professional development is something that helps the entire North Shore community. So I'm sorry, Chris, did I cut you off there?
No, I think that's great context, actually. And I think, we see a pattern now. We're starting in 2017 with the data, and I'll run through that quickly. But I can tell you that, like when I was the director of social studies in 2009, when we didn't have IB, the AP costs were higher because we were introducing new courses. We introduced AP World History and a couple of others. So just a little more context, in the beginning of the implementation of the IB program, the costs were definitely higher. IB, like an individual sitting for an IB PD, especially if it's up in another city, which we've talked about, there are travel expenses where you might have an AP training at Malloy College or in New York City that the actual PD is the same cost, but there are travel costs. So for AP, we had in 2017, $4,200. In 2018, there was no cost. Then $800 in 2019, $2,300 in 2020, $800 in 2021. In 2017 for IB, we had $15,000. In 2018, $15,000. In 2019, $15,000. 2020, $13,000. 21, $2,200. So it has dropped off. We've rolled out, the courses for IB, and so the training now is is not as much of a cost because we've trained most of our teachers. We've introduced most of those courses. The other piece and Eric and Carrie and Dan and others have attended those virtual sessions now that IB offers that are much less expensive. So the cost this year, Carrie, I don't know if you have an estimate for IB, but I think it's under $1,000 or $1,500. That, obviously we don't have that fully yet.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask if you were asking Chris about 2021 or this
Or
like
22,
this current school year. Or what
this
am I
current
saying?
school year, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I want to put
Have that, yeah.
pushing this
We'll
spot
have
yet.
that.
But just in terms of context, we're talking about 4-digit numbers, and then we're talking about numbers, up to $15,000 or maybe even $18,000 a year. But we see numbers like we don't have the millions of dollars to spend on these programs. That's not what's happening. I think that's the demystification that I think is important, that people get that direction from this. Marion, if you don't mind, I'm going to just go through some of my points and then we can.
No, I just want to say something on the cost. I think where people are getting the millions of dollars was in the budget for years, and there were development costs before 2017. So there was curriculum writing, there was training, there was the $10,000 IB application, and those numbers were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars initially when this was put in, because it was a budget line item.
That makes sense. I think
that's what I think that's the confusion, Dave. I was just trying to.
That makes good. I'm glad you clarified that. That makes good sense. I think the purpose of this board should be to help demystify and answer questions for people like that. But certainly when we see, we looked at the numbers and we see that information here. But when I hear people talk to me and say, why are we still in, it's costing us millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars to have both programs. That's not what the data and what the numbers that you had provided showed, and that's important. I thought that the data also showed that one program being better than the other in terms of gaining credit and advanced standing or acceleration at colleges was also shown not to be clear in any way. The information you presented was very clear that it's very idiosyncratic to each individual school. It's very unique for each individual student and their program, but our students reported and the colleges reported that in terms of admission, granting of credit and acceleration, the two programs are both, I don't want to say neck and neck, but extremely comparable to the point where you can't say one gets you more than the other. I wanted to come back to what Maria had said earlier, that I understand how expensive college is. I'm going to be facing that. People are facing it, and it just only gets bigger, and it's a scary number. And I do value that our students have the opportunity to save money either through getting credit or through advanced standing. But I do want to reiterate also that the purpose of a high school education is not transactional. It's not, it's not like going to the arcade and winning tickets in the skee ball game and thinking, oh great, I can trade this in for some bauble. That's not what we're doing here. That what we're doing here is training our students to be successful in the world, learning how to think, learning how to solve problems, all of our SVOs to which we are obeisant, and that is much more valuable intrinsically to me than necessarily the credit we're getting, although I certainly look forward to it. I benefited from it. I look forward to benefiting from it. And I hope that, that certainly I'd be opposed to anything that took away those options, but to me, it's not the goal. And I think that was important for me to share. And I also really wanted to comment on what I saw a lot was this one group versus another group, that somehow IB is helpful to those top students, but we don't think about the middle students, or we don't care about this student. I don't really think that's fair for a lot of reasons. Number one, as Eric talked about very clearly, all of our students, not all of our students, but so many of our students across all disciplines and academic levels are taking these advanced courses, whether they're taking one, whether they're getting a degree program. We have the open enrollment and students are taking advantage of that. And that's a great facet of this. The professional development we give to our teachers is something that helps the entire school. And I just think it's a false dichotomy. We don't say, well, we're funding athletics, but we're not funding the arts, or we're going to fund foreign languages, but not fund athletics. That's not what we do. There are parameters, there are restrictions. We certainly can't do everything, and we don't do everything. And we hear about the things that we don't do quite a bit. But in terms of this academic program, it's not, oh, we're doing this and other kids are not getting the right focus or attention. And I thought that was important to mention also. And so those are pretty much my thoughts on this. I had a few more, but it is late, and I wanted to, I did want to bring this to some closure. If anyone has something they simply can't live without saying, let me know. If not, I'll turn it over to Dr. Dolan for a couple last thoughts, and then we'll move on with our meeting. Everyone seems to be living. We'll go to you, Dr. Dolan.
Okay, I waited. I just want to assure the community and the board that this remains an iterative process. We're going to continue to talk about this. I hope everybody heard what Eric said. Every time he made reference to kids, he said, where we are now. This is where we are now. And we're constantly exploring where we are now. I'll give you an example. Today, as we prep for this meeting, we got engaged in a conversation about math sequencing. And we really got off track, to be honest. You know, we were talking about math sequencing, moving into the future, and what can we do? And what about this? And hang on. And then somebody quickly said, don't worry, Amy. Somebody said, wait a minute, Amy's not here. We can't have this conversation. And so it was a great conversation that we know we have to follow up on. And guess what? Before I left today, a meeting had already been scheduled for Monday to talk about things like on-ramping and opportunities for kids to get advanced credit later on. We're not done. Tonight does not mark the end of this discussion. This tonight might mark an exclamation point at where we are now and the results of our studies. But the conversation continues. There's not a doubt. It's preceded me. I know that. I can sense that. And it will continue for the rest of this year and well beyond. And the last thing I just want to say is I just want to thank Chris and Kerry and Eric and Dan and indicate on this little project. And I've said it to you each individually and together a couple of times. This has been a great, great conversation and really uplifting and enlightening. And I thank all of you for your service to the district. And echoing Eric's words again, your service to our kids. We're always good to remember them. So thank you, Dave, for letting me weigh in at the end.
I'm glad you did weigh in with that. It is definitely something uniquely North Shore. I'm going to remember Eric using the word the struggle, because from that struggle, and I remember talking about this with Dr. Zublionis as well, you know, you grow through conflict, you grow through challenges, and we as a district, as an organism, experience that, and we're experiencing that right now. I think we, by any measure, have been on an upswing in terms of our performance as a district, our kids' college applications, our scores, if that's your thing, our rankings, all of these things. The district is doing so well, but we don't sit here and say, great, it's time to pat ourselves in the back. We sit here at 11:30 at night discussing whether or not, like, we're all, 6 classes in science or 7 classes in science. That's why we are continuing to go up. And so I certainly, on behalf of the board, appreciate the work of this administration, and I appreciate the work of this board, asking these good questions and focusing on what we really should be focusing on, the student experience of all 2,600 kids, which we did tonight. So bravo. And I'm segueing quickly. Here we go. Thank you to the administrators. Certainly you can head out or you can hang on, either way, but we appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Dr. Dolan, are you good?
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Head out?
Not quite you, sorry.
Not yet.
Thank you.
Good night, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much.
I did this vision of Betty's chair spinning around as she bolts. I hear you, but we're gonna continue. I'll try to do the best with this. We'll bring it to action item 9, which is personnel. Is there a motion
Motion.
and a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I just wanted to briefly recognize that we are accepting tonight the resignation of Robert Hurt, who's been a staple in our middle school for a long time. And we previously had accepted the resignation of Pam Shea, who's been another staple there. And they have given so much to the community. It's late. I don't know if they're watching, but hopefully someone will get the word out to them just how much we appreciate what they've given and recognizing that.
Both amazing teachers.
Oh, no doubt. No
Will
doubt.
be sorely missed, no doubt.
Yes, Mr. Hurt's white coat will be should be hung from the rafters. Any other questions or comments? All right, all in favor of action item 9? Thank you.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, very well, thank you. We will now move on to public comment. Okay, I'm pausing because we normally hold our meetings in person with live streaming. We are looking forward to returning to this as soon as we can. And of course, the numbers of COVID, of the Omicron seem to have peaked and the worst seems to be behind us. And we have every hope that we'll be able to meet in person on February 6th, which I believe is our next meeting. We are remote tonight, of course, and therefore we did ask folks to submit questions. We relaxed the deadlines. We can take them up until noon today, and they came in until noon today. So I have a lot of them. I will go through them without getting my tongue tied too quickly, pretty quickly. Some were voices we know well, and some were very new voices, which is always great. And with that, I'm going to go over to my next sheet here. Everyone's still with me? Thank you. Christina McNeely from Glenwood Landing writes, my name is Christina McNeely. I'm a Glenwood Landing parent. I would like to know the progress of the construction of the security vestibule at the Glenwood Landing School entrance. It's concerning to me that this work still isn't completed after so long, as it was included in the bond a few years ago. I don't know of any other schools in our area that don't have this sort of double entrance that adds a layer of safety and security to our school. When I taught 10 years ago, my elementary school had this type of entrance. This is something that should be a top priority for the safety and of our children and staff. Dr. Dolan addressed this, and Dr. Dolan, I don't know if you, when I read these, I have to be on a different screen. So if you want to leave your mic off, and if you want to jump in, you can, because I can't see it flicking back and forth, and I'm trying to save the time. But I don't, so if you want to jump in, you can, but I think you already said what you had to say about this, right?
I have, and I
Okay.
don't want anybody to think I was reading anybody's mind. I was lucky enough to see that question, and I was including a construction report anyway. So John Hall helped me with that, and hope nobody minds that I jumped with an answer on that one.
Not at all. I did want to add, just in terms of folks, first of all, it's a great question. And I'm really glad that she asked. There's always so many rumors out there with everyone hearing things and whatever else. It's just great to ask the question. I know those planters by the front entrance, people think they are permanent. People think they're ugly. People think they're the beginning and base of a new sign. Someone jokingly asked me if it was my sarcophagus, and I was planning ahead. But the answer is just very simple. The correct size planters are on back order. We're waiting for them to come in. It's a supply chain issue. But when you ask the actual question here, we give you the actual answer. And this is the source. We are open. I know Tom took phone calls all week. I can't emphasize enough the benefit of coming to the school and the administration and the board with your questions and not relying on sort of the hearsay and the social media and all the rest of it. An answer to this specific situation, other than the entry itself, just to give some background, the bond was passed in 2019 by a 65-35 ratio. The security projects were identified as phase one, which makes them the most important and the first to get addressed. Designs have to be drawn up. SED has to review and approve. Until that happens, and there is a wait for that, the RFQs can't be put out. But when they are, we have to wait for the bids to come in and be awarded. And then we begin the work as soon as we can. For some projects, you can do them during the school year. For projects like this, you have to wait for really the summer, which is what we tried to do this year. And we just got caught with supply chain issues. Tom talked about bulletproof glass being out. I did click over here and I see Olivia ruefully nodding, but we are working on it. And as Tom said, hopefully it could be something that's done soon because it is absolutely a priority. Lauren and Mark Healy from Seacliff write, we're parents of 2 children from Seacliff Elementary. We just wanted to write a note to say how grateful we've been with the school's efforts to keep everyone safe. We appreciate everything that's been done with the ventilation and extra time the kids have had in the fresh air, including the efforts to keep the windows open in the classrooms. We know it's growing increasingly colder in temps, but have no issue donning the extra layers to keep the kids comfortable. We know not all families share the same view, but we've been very happy with the choices the school has made thus far and hope they will continue in the same way. But if in the near future it becomes a board decision, we understand the district is currently following the state mask mandate. But if in the near future it becomes a board decision, we wanted to voice our continued support of kids wearing masks while COVID cases are high. Thank you again for all the work you've done so far, keeping our children safe. We are forever grateful that in these unprecedented times, they are still getting a great education and quote, normal school experience. Margaret Gallagher from Glen Head writes that she is writing to express her dissatisfaction with the audience size for the upcoming middle school musical, which is Footloose, as we mentioned. I understand that the audience has been limited to just 115 people. This will severely limit the number of tickets for each student. I need to understand the rationale for this decision and hope we can accommodate more attendees. And again, this is one that Tom had answered earlier, that we are still following the recommendation of the CDC in lieu of direct direction from the County Department of Health directing us otherwise. But the 3 performances times, let's round up to 120 because the math's easier for me, becomes 360. Hopefully we'll accommodate everyone to at least see their child perform or work the crew, or even if they don't have a child, they really just love Footloose or love seeing great theater, which we offer in spades in this district. It's an opportunity. We receive, sorry, someone jump in?
If I could just weigh in on that one, we do sell tickets electronically. We will monitor it. And as Dave did the quick math, with 360 seats available for a cast of 35, we think we can get everybody in there at least once to see the show. But Dahlia and Jen and I are going to monitor it. And if anybody does have a problem not being able to get a ticket, please let us know. And we will continue to try and find creative solutions. We don't want any parent to not get to see their kid at all.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We got from a number of students themselves, so I'm withholding their names, who wrote, "We are the students in the 7th grade accelerated math class. We are writing to you to express our gratitude for the opportunity to be in this class. We heard that there's a discussion going on as to whether or not this class and future classes like ours will continue to exist. If this decision is to be made, we feel that it is important that you hear our thoughts on the matter of this class. We really enjoy being in the accelerated math class and would not find the standard math class as engaging. Being in the standard math class could lead to disinterest in math and school because the students would not be engaged in the learning. Even though in this school district, 1 year accelerated has become the new normal for us, we should have the chance to be accelerated further to continue to challenge ourselves. When we are challenged by what we are learning, it keeps us engaged and causes us to want to continue learning and not lose interest. It is also more enjoyable learning accelerated math surrounded by peers who also enjoy math and want to learn more. Additionally, we are excited to be able to learn higher level math at an earlier time when we are ready to learn the math material and not have to wait another year. We appreciate you taking your time to hear our thoughts on this matter and hope to impact your decision. Thank you." I got 2 other letters on this, so I will read them together before Dr. Dolan has any thoughts on the matter. Dr. Matthew Lippert from Seacliff writes that he's a parent of 2 students who greatly benefited from the North Shore Middle School Accelerated Math Program. While this relatively new program isn't perfect, I've been pleased with the results, for which a lot of credit is due to the excellent teachers. The board no doubt recalls from the many Long Island Math Fair medals recognized at its meeting last spring, which resulted from the fantastic math research class. As a professor of theoretical physics, a lot of physics tonight, I am keenly aware how robust math preparation is essential for success in university STEM outcomes, which in turn are the launching pad for countless STEM careers. While it is possible to study STEM in college without taking advanced courses in high school, it is certainly more challenging. Among my physics students, inadequate proficiency in multivariable calculus and differential equations are very common stumbling blocks, limiting their academic success. Students with strong math preparation spend less time on introductory prerequisites, more easily and deeply understand quantitative concepts, and are more able to take advantage of opportunities such as research and internships. Eliminating accelerated math would do a disservice to high-achieving students aiming toward careers in STEM. We should instead be actively nurturing them, instilling a mindset of confidence and achievement in math, and challenging them to excel just as we do for high achievers, for example, in sports or the arts. Students exhibit genuine differences in preparation, interest, and learning style, and effective teaching must acknowledge this. A one-size-fits-all approach fails to meet the needs of all students, and rather than focusing only on the risk that the advanced class might be too challenging or stressful, the experience of students being bored, frustrated, and discouraged in the standard class should not be ignored. Instead, the benefits of advanced math education should be shared more widely. There are serious gender and racial inequities in math and science education, resulting in underrepresentation of women and minorities in STEM professions. This lack of diversity will not be solved simply by eliminating accelerated math, which would reduce the number of underrepresented students enrolled to 0. The accelerated math program has highlighted what was a pre-existing issue, and abolishing the class won't solve it. The problem just becomes less glaring, and the inequitable outcomes are deferred to high school or college. Finally, on this topic, Courtney Chambers of Seacliff writes that she was surprised and saddened to hear the recommendations at the last board meeting by the faculty that the district continue its accelerated math program. Although the program is currently run at North Shore is far from perfect, it is a vast improvement from the old system. Previously, students who were passionate about math but whose needs were not being met in the regular math program were allowed to move ahead a grade. This system was not transparent and likely resulted in only the children whose parents were aware of the possibility in being able to take part. Establishing a program of study for those students who choose to accelerate in math makes the possibility accessible to all students whom the faculty at the middle school and 3 elementary schools deem eligible. I mentioned that the current program is far from perfect. I recognize that accelerated programs tend to disproportionately exclude students of color, namely African Americans. At North Shore, the program as it currently exists also excludes female students. Of the 14 students enrolled geometry in 8th grade last year, only 5 were girls. This school year, 2 of the 10 students enrolled in 6th grade math are girls. I would like to make it clear to the board that the 6th grade class at North Shore Middle School is not 80% male. I am displeased at the message North Shore is sending to students in the grade, that math is not for girls. I am also displeased with the lack of opportunity for the 2 girls currently enrolled to expand their social circle and make new girlfriends in their math class, a situation that will persist throughout middle school. Finally, I am concerned that there are only 10 students in the class. This grade comprises over 220 students. I believe North Shore is missing an opportunity to encourage other mathematically minded students to participate. This lack of support for math students, both male and female, is jarring when contrasted with the high school's policy of allowing anyone to take honors classes. Somehow I doubt there will only be 10 students in Math 8 in 8th grade. I am surprised that a district such as North Shore is choosing to adopt a one-style-fits-all model of math education. I certainly don't remember a recommendation to discontinue Math 8, the math class for students who are not yet ready for algebra in 8th grade. Just as there are students who need additional support in math, there are students who need to be challenged. Allowing them to skip Math 6 and move on to pre-algebra in the 6th grade gives them new opportunity to learn and thrive rather than suffer through yet another year of spiral review. Moreover, removing the accelerated math program will not automatically provide a better education for disadvantaged students. I urge the North Shore administration, school board, and faculty to support all male and female students, including mathematically strong students who love learning. Please do not allow the middle school to discontinue the accelerated math program. However, please do let them know that girls can do math. Dr. Dolan, I know that is going to be the status of all of our academic program is going to be revealed in the initial budget presentation at our next meeting. So I'm certainly fine to defer until then.
Oh, I would, if I could, Dave, I'll make it very brief. I know it's late also.
I know, I'm reading as fast as I can without it being unintelligible.
Take a breath and I'll try to fill a minute. 2 thoughts. The first one, a generic one. I'm at the last meeting, we did present just to the board a position paper that threw some thoughts around about math, and certainly equity figured prominently in those. I am thrilled that people listened to the meeting or heard the meeting and or were otherwise made aware of that conversation made in public. That conversation was held in public, and I assure the board, certainly you know this, but the community as well, any consideration like that in North Shore is done in public. We're going to talk about that in public, and people would know about it. Luckily, I don't think any of them are going to be budgetary considerations. And right now, as I said, Amy and I are going back. We're looking at math. We do not have a proposal for the board at this time, but I'm glad that people are listening. And I want to assure everyone, if there is a discussion about it, it will be held publicly.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Paul Pasculgian from Glen Head wrote a letter. Before this one, I just want to mention that we don't have in public comment the opportunity to name specific members of the faculty or provide specific identifying information. And so even though the situation that he addressed, which I'll be reading, is relatively familiar to many people and is part of the public record because the person chose to enter the public sphere, I'm still going to call the subject of the comment Mr. X. which I guess narrows it down to roughly half the population. But we will also remove other identifying information. In an article in Newsday this week, Mr. X was quoted about teaching at North Shore schools. The article introduced him as Mr. X, a North Shore high school teacher. Was he speaking on behalf of the school? It is my understanding that teachers cannot speak publicly about the schools. Were his comments authorized by the school, or were his comments from his respective, it says respective, but his perspective, I assume, in any official capacity? There was one other teacher quoted in the article, and that teacher was described as a teacher and president of the teachers union. If his comments were those in an official capacity, why is the administration and BOE allowing him to speak on behalf of the school? Shouldn't any comments on behalf of the school come from the BOE president or the superintendent? If this is the case, it may be in the school's best interest to have his title in any future article be provided. So I'll just answer this one. To be clear, the person was not speaking to Newsday in any official capacity. The board, as to my knowledge, certainly for myself, the board became aware of this the same way anybody would have, which is I happen to be a Newsday subscriber, so I saw the electronic paper, and then I saw an alert, which Newsday sends its subscribers. And to my knowledge, nobody at the paper contacted the school about the article. And frankly, I don't know where the genesis of the idea for this particular article came. So the answer is no, this was not speaking in an official capacity. This individual was speaking for himself, not on behalf of the schools. His perspective is his own. As to why they chose to describe him in the manner they did, I don't know. I know the author of this question was recently featured in an article in the same Newsday paper that referred to him in the caption as a Seacliff resident, even though I believe he lives in Glen Head, as stated in this letter, and described him as a member of a taxpayer activist group. I don't think anyone who read the article thought that he was speaking for all Seacliffers or all taxpayers, but that's up to Newsday and how they choose to do those things. I do thank him for the question, because I think it sometimes gets a little unclear to people who does what around here. So I thought with so much misinformation, I would just clarify for anyone who I hope is safely in bed and will be viewing this video afterwards, because it's almost midnight here, who we all are here. The Board of Education is 7 elected representatives of the community. We do not work for the schools. We work for the residents and taxpayers as volunteers without pay to ensure that the direction of the schools is consonant with the wishes of the community as a whole. We hire a superintendent as the chief educational officer of the district, and we vote publicly to approve or disapprove every appointment and financial decision recommended by the superintendent. That includes the hiring, tenure, and resignation, as you just heard, of every faculty and staff member. Those faculty and staff members work for the school, but they do not represent the district. To use a lighthearted example, some of them have Yankees bumper stickers and caps, some of them have Mets, but they can do it loudly and proudly. It doesn't make supporting one or the other the official stance of North Shore. And on a more serious note, I think it's important to mention teachers don't lose their right of free speech when they accept a job here at North Shore. If we want to get creative, I'm sure we can come up with scenarios where teachers could say or do something in a public forum that would jeopardize their employment. But sharing their approach to pedagogical practices is not something that violates their First Amendment rights. And those First Amendment rights are pretty sacred. I think that's why they put them first. And this board very firmly stands against anyone calling for a First Amendment rights to be taken away. I think that's important and should be clear. And I will move on to the next question, which is from Liz Winchester of Seacliff. She writes that she's the parent of a high school junior who's taken AP and IB courses and values both. For him, I assume that's a student, taking part in the IB diploma gives him the opportunity to help determine how he can further his high school study. As the diploma requires that students complete a 4,000-word extended essay on a topic of their choosing, he is able to dive into a deep exploration and prep for the experience of one day writing a longer college essay or thesis. While there are several required courses that a student must take to receive the IB diploma, the extended essay allows students to identify an area of study that they would perhaps otherwise not have the opportunity to explore. At the December 16th presentation, it was shared. There was a name there, but I'm just mentioning without the name, that a major difference between even though it was just a comment, a passing reference, I'm trying to be consistent. There was a major difference between AP and IB in that AP asks the student, what do you know? And IB asks the students, what can you do with what you know? In that vein, I believe the IB assessments don't, or rarely at least, include multiple choice questions and do include internal/oral assessments requiring students to think, reflect on, and apply what they have learned through their coursework. The IB experience, diploma or not, helps prepare students for intense college-level discussions and rigorous coursework. I applaud our district for giving all students the opportunity to take AP and IB classes. And while a small number of students opt to complete the full IB diploma, perhaps because many students are put off by the required extended essay, a large number of students benefit from taking the courses alone. I appreciate that in order to receive an IB diploma, students are not only encouraged, but required to pursue various creative, athletic, and service-oriented activities. The IB diploma program places value on the complete, well-rounded individual and thinker, celebrating that it's not just high test scores and grades that makes someone successful. It is the whole person. Students who complete the IB diploma may have to extend themselves to meet all requirements, but it is their choice to do so. Offering the distinguished IB courses and diploma may well be a reason why North Shore High School was recently designated as a National Blue Ribbon School. It is my hope that the district continue to offer AP and IB courses and the IB diploma, as there is not a one-size-fits-all model when it comes to education. Giving students the opportunity to choose which option, if any, best suits their interests and passions is a great gift and something that sets our district apart from others. Paul Pascoljan from Glen Head also submitted a question. Can you please describe the next steps for the board after the review of the IB program is completed? Will the board vote on keeping or eliminating IB or any other motion when the review is completed? We'll read a couple others on IB and then we can come back and address that. Julie Tortorici Hanley from Seacliff writes, I am the parent of 2 kids in the district, ages 6 and 8, and I would like to voice my support for the IB program, which is accepted and utilized worldwide. It is academically robust and its rigors are recognized throughout the world. It's one of the reasons that our family was attracted to this district and one of the programs that sets this district apart. I've heard discussion about it not being good for all students. However, as others have said, a program like sports, theater, and music doesn't need to meet the needs of all students in order to be fruitful, important, and valuable. Please do not cut the IB program. Roger Friedman of Seacliff writes, I was very impressed with the administration's report to the board on the IB and AP programs. The fact that colleges view the 2 options very similarly was very informative. I was also interested to learn that the idea that AP will save you money by getting college credit or advancement more or better than IB was proven incorrect through data. Same with college admissions. It was generally agreed that the AP capstone program is not up to the same standard as the IB diploma and does not garner the same respect. I was also interested to learn that AP is more about memorizing and recall, and that IB is more about synthesis of information. The report wasn't about one program being better than the other, but did a good job of explaining the differences. It does seem to me that the IB approach is more aligned with North Shore's unique approach, the SVOs, to whole child education. It is widely acknowledged by experts that the IB diploma offers a comprehensive curriculum with coursework focused on fostering critical thinking. It encourages creativity and a global perspective. The goal is not just to get students good grades and into good universities, but to impart an excellent education that expands their thinking, stimulates their curiosity, and makes them ready for the next stage of their lives. The IB program serves hundreds of students every year. Though they may not be IB diploma candidates, they take IB classes. I'm excited that all children who reside in this district will have the opportunity to pursue such academically challenging coursework. I applaud the board for studying this issue in depth and fully support the AP and IB programs. The recent trajectory of our college admissions is a great testament to the success of North Shore's educational program. That's the last comment on the IBAP discussion. The only thing I think I have to add in terms of response, and I appreciate everyone sharing their thoughts and the time they took to write these letters, which are thoughtful, is that in terms of Mr. Piskoljan's question, following up on next actions. So ultimately, the board does approve every decision that involves dollars and cents, and whatever path we take next year will be reflected in the budget, and that will be the opportunity for the board to express their voice on the specifics of that program. But the curriculum recommendation has made, and you heard our questions. I think it was a pretty thorough discussion. And the other thing I will mention is that every year the board sets forth goals for itself. And I think that goal 2, which was critical analysis of the instructional program, as I had said, I guess a little while earlier, is something that we're kind of knocking out of the park with this one. We certainly gave it full shrift, if that's even an expression, and we spent a lot of time discussing it. And I think at this point we have some direction to go forward, which I'm glad to be able to report. Jerry Romano from Seacliff writes, in the 2020-2021 independent audit report, it says, quote, the district's general fund assigned fund balance plus assigned special designated amount were in excess of the New York State Real Property Tax Law 1318 limit, which restricts the unassigned fund balance to an amount not greater than 4% of the district's budget for the upcoming year. The district's unassigned fund balance is 5.2% or $1,364,993 above the permissible 4% limit, subject to Real Property Tax Law 1318. Those surplus funds which were not needed or used for education should have been returned to taxpayers in this community. There is no such thing as a stabilization or rainy day fund. A school district cannot bank the taxpayers' money for expenses that might or might not happen in the future. Your legal counsel said it was okay to violate state law. So in response to this, which is sort of, I guess, for those who watch these, this is sort of a repeat question from earlier in the year, one that we've heard before. And some of this, certainly the information contained in the audit report is correct. The district has been above that amount of money because we received this money, which is not taxpayer money. It's grant money that was gotten for us to offset the past decommissioning and future impact of that LIPA decommissioning, which continues to impact the district. There is litigation pending about it from the author of this letter, so I won't comment any further on it, except to period. I won't go any further. And Dr. Preeti Radhakrishnan from Glen Head, in a letter co-signed by 11 additional parent residents, writes, first, we would like to congratulate you and the members of the Board of Ed for standing steadfast with our masking policy at school, which has enabled our children to stay in school. We are constantly amazed at the efforts of teachers, administration, and Board of Ed over the past 2 years of the pandemic. We think you've done a stellar job and we applaud you for it. Thank you. We understand that the BOE will be making some crucial budgetary decisions, and hence this email. As parents of younger students who demonstrate a high interest and aptitude in STEM, we would like to put forward the following requests from the community. 1, this year students have benefited from having a third part-time STEM teacher. We would like the district to honor the pledge to fully fund the elementary STEM program with a third full-time STEM teacher. 2, we are also requesting a dedicated science lab classroom in the elementary buildings where students can rotate through, their STEM learning. Creativity in class structure promotes innovative thinking in children. Ideally, STEM should be taught using project-based learning where students have opportunities for authentic growth and development. This can happen at its best when children are immersed in a science laboratory style setting. Here is a study I assume there is a study conducted by Milner et al. 2001-71, which concluded, quote, student motivation and learning strategies were higher in the laboratory classroom than in the regular classroom overall. 3, with regards to recent Board of Ed discussion on January 6th regarding elimination of the double accelerated math program. We would like to request that the perspectives of students currently enrolled in the program be heard and considered before any decisions are made. We feel that it is important to support the needs of all students across the learning spectrum. 4, finally, as parents of children who are in elementary school, we would like to better understand the pathways and classes that currently exist for our children once they reach middle and high school in terms of enrichment, AP, and IB classes. Perhaps this happens at the middle school level already, but we'd like to know early on as to what to expect. That is the last public comment. I guess I would ask just briefly, Dr. Z or Dr. Dolan, just to give a little advice to those 12 parents who wrote that letter on how they can get more information about the path going forward.
I think we could certainly ask Enlighten, although I think they're pretty knowledgeable about it already, Enlighten our 3 elementary principals and ask them to share the information with elementary parents at an appropriate meeting.
Okay.
Chris, I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point, and it has come up before. I think we just posted information on the SWES process, which these folks might already be there. That's the elementary school enrichment that was mapped out, and that's online now. Dr. Titone has a wealth of webinars that she's given, and more elementary parents are attending those to learn about AP and IB programs. But I think we need more on paper 6 through 12. And that's what we can, the directors and I can certainly work on, and kind of like the public facing maps, but for course options. The high school course catalog, actually, it's a little dense, but it is a great resource for planning.
Great. Thank you all. I am going to lump additional items on the rest of the agenda to try to wrap this up quickly. So I'd like to take a motion on action item 11, which is budget transfers, and action item 10, which is the claims audit, 11 and 12, budget transfers and the claims audit report. Is there a motion on those two?
Motion.
Sarah, Maria, any questions or comments on 11 or 12?
No exceptions again on the claims audit.
Yep. Out of
Fabulous.
$7+ million.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Okay. And by the way, to use language we see, I would say very clearly that is the kind of financial oversight that this district very much deserves. Are you ready to take the vote? All in favor of 11 and 12? Thank you very much. Anyone else having trouble raising their hand at this point? I will take action item 11 by itself, which is the adoption of the 22-23 school calendar. Is there a motion? 13. Lucky number 13. Is there a motion on the school calendar? Thank you. And a second. Questions or comments?
Sorry, I do have a question. Quick question.
No, don't be sorry. Bring it on.
I just noticed that on this current year calendar, we have off on February 1st, and it's not a holiday next year. I was just wondering if that's why.
This year, we are off on February 1st for Lunar New Year, and Lunar New Year next year is celebrated on, not certain which one, but either a Saturday or a Sunday. We looked for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. Any other questions? All in favor? Aye. And finally, I would like to ask for a motion on action item 14, 2 change orders, and action 15, 3 approvals of contracts. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Mary Ann, thank you. And Maria, any questions or comments on 14 and 15? All right, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Is there any old business? Andrea?
You know, we got that letter about the 3rd STEM teacher, and I just hope that moving forward, you're crafting the budget, that no one forgets about that request. That has been so many years in the making. And Olivia, I'm looking at you.
Thank you. Other old business? Any new business? All right, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion.
This will be our easiest vote of the year. All in favor? Thanks, everyone. This is a long one, but
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Very
A
fruitful.
long one, but a very, very productive one, and a really great dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, Chris, Olivia, we really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Home
Thank
safe,
you.
guys.
Absolutely. Betty too. Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Chris
Bye-bye.
is still here, so that makes it easy.